Everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit. We won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us up to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Don't box me in, I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again, better let me loose, you know that I got the juice, everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move, we can't fit in your box, you're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box, we don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Go, go, go. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. We can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. Are you ready for this? Ready to take chances? Will you push and break your limits? Are you ready to be a legend? Are you made for greatness? Writing history? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? To be a champion, never to change the system. Be strong like revolution. This is your moment. Are you ready to fight? To rebuild and send it?
Hello everyone, welcome to PMPL EU. We're now on stage 3 already. How quickly did we get here? Honestly, I don't even know. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Max. Max, it's been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. We had a great phase 2 last few weeks, and
Yeah.
we had some interesting changes of pace for some teams. Some teams doing good, some teams doing a little bit worse, but no, phase 3 is the last opportunity for these teams to make a change in the rankings and
Yeah.
hopefully make it in the finals.
Absolutely. So this week's going to be very important. And for you guys to stay up to date, make sure that you follow the socials, just so you're staying in the loop of what's going on. But also because as far as I'm aware, Max, you're still doing giveaways.
Yeah, we're still doing giveaways right now. You still got a pinned
Ooh.
post. You can go say who your MVP player of the event you potentially think will be, and you'll be entered into the giveaway. And also, I think this weekend we might have an Instagram story giveaway. So if you just stick around and you answer a few questions, you might be able to get one of those cool little skins down there. Look at that. They're cute. They're cool. Look, get them.
Yeah, they're cute. They're cute indeed. But there's also a survey, which, you know, you can let us know whether or not you find this broadcast great. If you have any suggestions or any thoughts and feelings that you'd like to share, we're happy to hear what you guys have going on. But let's jump right into the action of this week, Max, because we have a total of 18 teams participating, and it's a new stage, which means it's a new shuffle.
Yeah, new little shuffle. And I'm looking at one group in particular right now. Jenny, I am scared for Unicorns of Love. They are just on the brink of elimination, not making it into the finals. And in the last phase, in the Group B with Gladiators, KONINA Power that have been stepping up significantly in the second phase, and Major Pride. Okay, if you were not doing good in the first 2 phases, I don't know if they can have an opportunity to get a single point this time, because that is the roughest group for them to be in.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult one for Unicorns of Love, but we had expectations from them that they haven't met just yet. Who knows? Maybe this week is a different week. But let's have a look at the schedule as well for today. A total of 5 maps, as we're basically used to at this point. We have a rotation of Erangel and Miramar, and we only have one little Sanhok in the middle to cut it right in half.
Yeah, I keep saying it all the time, but 2 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, that's going to be a pretty happy Shockwave for this first day, but you know, it's not going to be the case after, and some cool Miramar matches coming in that Major Pride might be able to just get himself some sneaky points over on that one. But overall, no good battlegrounds that I think those teams are going to be happy about. And no, we haven't had this heal strat, and I got to say, I enjoy Sanhok a lot more this season. No heal strat, no weird circles, it's fun. Even though I agree with Kalaris and what he said last week, I would like to have more island western finishes, but as a whole, Sanhok is just a lot more fun and a lot more enjoyable, and it seems like also the players enjoy it more, and it seems that it really works out for them.
Well, you can't have everything, Max, but it looks like Major Pride, however, at this point actually can have everything because they are rolling in the amount of points that they have secured. They're currently sitting on first with a total of 435 points. They are the team to beat.
Yeah, a 102-point difference between first and third place between Major Pride and Gladiators. That is an insane lead to have at this point. It's not impossible to come back from that one. It would just require Major Pride to have a really bad Phase 3 and Gladiators to have a really good Phase 3. But from what Major Pride have been able to do, I expect them to be consistent in this third phase. MADBULLS had a little bit of a drop-off, but also their team has been looking just so dangerous as a whole. And it seems like the entire team has been able to just do so well, not just the side of Zerich. It seems like the entire squad has been doing fantastic in their own regard. So yeah, things are looking great so far, but as we go towards the bottom, a few teams have fallen off pretty significantly, and I'm still looking at Dagestan, and I still want to see more of this team. I mean, Ginny, we saw them in PMEC, and I gotta say, from PMEC to PMPL, the playstyle has not been able to transfer as well in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were looking at Dagestan specifically, maybe not as successful as we expected them to be, but it feels like the same thing is true when we're looking at the likes of Unicorns of Love, a lot of expectations that we have as well. But I kind of want to go back to the first point that you mentioned where you were like, oh, by the way, there's a 102-point difference. I'm pretty sure it's not 102 points difference. It's like 80-something. If not 78. But again, we don't do maths on live broadcast. It's definitely not my strong suit, and Max's neither. Very clearly. But let's have a look at the bonus points instead, because that way we don't have to do the maths ourselves because it's already added up, and we could very easily, looking just at the graph, say that both first and second place are tied.
Yeah, tied up with 37 points. Of course, this is not a point lead that's going to be making you like 100% sure to secure the first place in the finals and your spot into the championship. This is just a little bit of a nudge in the right direction, right? Which is, you know, get a few extra points, you're kind of rewarded for having some good phases every single time. So you're going to see MADBULLS 19 points in the first phase, 18 points into the second phase. That is extreme consistency from those guys. Also the case for Major Pride. The thing is, one game from the teams are just a little bit lower, and that point lead is pretty much entirely negated. So sure, you're looking good at the start of the finals, but no, don't rest on your laurels. You still need to get a good result in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking as well at the likes of Unicorns of Love. I mean, even towards the bottom of the table, getting those extra 10 to 11 points could genuinely mean the difference between being able to make it to the finals and not being able to do so. So again, this stage for every single one of these teams, it's a matter of just get the ball rolling, get on Vikendi, get those points, add in some extra bonus points, and stay in the competition for as long as possible. Now, I wasn't here half of last stage, but you were, Max, here for also half of last stage. So we're just going to combine our knowledge together of both of the halves and see what happened exactly in terms of some of the crazy plays we've seen.
The ridgeline is completely under control. Kapahala is broadside right now. Spotted one, but knocked back behind cover. Furia close. It means that you're less afraid of these guys towards the middle, especially when you get a double raz down like that. Drops down. Oh, a really unfortunate drop there for Terminus. Has to challenge Fash, but Fash is going to get burnt away. And KONINA power swept. Impact, I would say, on the rotations to the north side. And maybe that's why we're seeing Major Pride and Shockwave both be able to consolidate their positions so effectively.
Yeah, I think they've been real struggling because of that. Happy goes up against the MADBULLS. Goodness me, the double tap, bang, bang, you're gone.
You lose that southern portion, it's all of a sudden not. Lumber Pile and Keme and Octavian both will have to march on. That's a beautiful nade, and Keme is going to have to now take the 1v1 out for the challenge. Tapok doesn't take too much damage, and across the way, he gets down Tapok. What is this man made of? He has tried to get across, and they just couldn't. They were going to be shut out time and time again. Major Pride lose another. Not really looking to get res right now, as Frozen is dodging around. It could be a double burst, and Tulika couldn't eat the most of it. That's huge from an aid from Monkey. For MADBULLS, and now it's a 3 versus 1. The res can go. Folly has to break out, and maybe this knock is going to be good, but Frozen has to win the challenge. Will be able to do so. Vector in close range, needs to stand up. Purple going so low. There's a chance. The reload's good for 1. Purple now hits the deck, wants to heal, but the spray is good, and MADBULLS. No nades are going to be in the back pocket here. Can't crawl in for the res either, and there's a first aid. That is so important for Monkey. A nade as well, being cooked. The blue zone pushes. Kapahala, he's betting it all on this nade. The cook is there. Will he get it in time? He does! Oh. From underneath, it's Major Pride.
What? To end stage 2, also and to start it. I mean, we've seen some incredible plays, and I'm sure we're going to see some of those again today. But let's have a little bit of a talking point in regards to how MADBULLS have been performing in stage 2. Coming into phase 1, at the end of phase 1, we said, okay, they're looking really solid. They're doing really great. And even at the head-to-head, we've seen there's been a little bit of a slump. It's not terrible. They're still doing great, but you know, when you set such a high benchmark for yourself, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some people in the comments said, oh my god, MADBULLS fell off. So I'm going to say L plus ratio, who asked, because I did not. 5 average eliminations is still an insane average to have. And the fact that they've been able to keep that one throughout phase 1 and phase 2 is insane. Of course, as you said, there's a little bit of a drop-off, which, you know, if that continues into phase 3, can be a little bit scary, but they still got a lot of bonus points from the first 2 phases. And look at that day 6 average. I mean, you're just looking at that right now. 34 eliminations on day 6 of phase 2, 6.5k damage overall over the course of those then 5 matches, as they did play the Kendi 2. It was just such a scary prospect to set for themselves. That this is a team that's not shown their full potential. And sure, Zerich did great in the first phase, as we know. But we're not talking enough about Fleek here, that he was, I think, the 3rd best player of the 2nd phase, and he was a little bit silent in phase 1. And the fact that you got more fraggers stepping up around Zerich just set such a scary precedent for all the teams going up against him in this final phase, and normally the finals too. So yeah, MADBULLS, a very scary team that's got that great teamwork, and I don't think they're going to slow down, Jenny. I think they're just going to keep fragging out, keep getting those points, and hopefully aim for the championship.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case. I mean, MADBULLS, you set such a high benchmark for yourself in that first phase. Again, you're going to be expected to beat that and improve that, or even keep it coming into phase 2. And unfortunately, that's not always going to be the case. A lot of teams, especially during phase 2, have genuinely stepped up to the plate. They've made a lot of improvements in their gameplay, in their decision-making, in their drops. So that's something, again, that MADBULLS needs to go up against. They came into this hot and heavy, and they're looking to close it out as well. But all in all, not to take away from them, they had a good phase 2. We're now heading into phase 3, so they're in very good contention to being in the final. I'm not worried for them at all, but a team that I am a little worried about their performance last phase is KONINA Power. We've seen them on Sanhok specifically. It's one of the maps that we kind of want to highlight here, Max, and that is, it's okay.
It's decent, you know, it's pretty decent. We'll take
acceptable.
it. No, I think what I like about KONINA Power, and I mentioned this a lot, especially last week during the last 3 days of phase 2, they are a team that's really proficient when it comes to rotating from the eastern edge, because not many teams drop on the eastern coastal line. So a lot of the time, if the circle is relatively central on the mainland, they will have a very easy entry point. They wouldn't have to fight for terrain for their positions, and they can just get themselves in points of interest, eliminate a lot of the teams around them. That's how we saw them take that chicken dinner south of Paradise Resort last week. And I think that they just like almost perfected their rotations on the eastern edge. Though, we have seen it, if it goes to a western island, they tend to struggle a little bit more, so that's where they tend to struggle on Sanhok. But I want to see this KONINA Power, especially Palucci fragging out on Erangel, on Miramar. If they do so, chances are they could go the entire way and even maybe in the championship.
Ooh, okay. I love how we're seeing these predictions come through already. Max with the bold statements. Another team, however, we've already talked about them before, especially during stage 2, but even now they're sitting comfortably at the top, is Major Pride. One of the maps that they have been excelling at is Miramar, and the fact that we have 2 Miramar rotations today looks like they might actually be starting it off quite comfortably.
Yeah, and we had that 19 elimination Miramar chicken dinner, which was just such an insane game from Major Pride. They didn't even have the best position. They had to go downhill against teams that had so many strong positions against them, but they played so well with their utility, their smokes to block out vision, and then they just obliterated the lobby in the last few seconds to secure the win. So I'm loving this iteration of Major Pride. We said it, a little bit of a slow start effect, not really set up to the extent we saw from him being part of MADBULLS in fall of 2022. Now that's the case, and not only that, you're looking at Effectus doing great. No Romy is also a player that's been doing fantastic for the team, and Monkey with those like Kobe nades at the finishes of those games is looking amazing. So it's just not just Effect now, it's the entire squad that has stepped up, and Effect currently is the MVP of the entire event. He was MVP last season, he currently is the MVP of this event so far, so chances are Effect might take the back-to-back MVP award here for Europe.
Oh, okay. I love how for every team you have, you know, a little bit of a prediction coming into it. But we have covered Sanhok, we've covered Miramar. Now it's time to cover Erangel and the team that has been doing quite well on it themselves. I mean, I say quite well. It's started off really good on day 2 for Shockwave, but then it just went down and then kind of up and then kind of down again.
Yeah, I mean, just a little up and down tendencies here. But as Kalaris also said, during the last phase, that day 2 game on Erangel with the 30 points, 20 eliminations was potentially the best game of PUBG Mobile we had so far this season. If you did not check it out, please go back on the VOD and check it out because it was an absolute banger of a game. But the thing is, with Shockwave and what I'm a little bit used to right now is that their highs are very high and their lows can be, as we see, very low from time to time. So if they get into these late game circles, they have 3-4 players alive. No, this is a team that can bring absolute greatness into these matches, but it's just how do they get there? Because as you know, they drop Severny. Sometimes if the circle is not favorable to you, then you might struggle to get in a decent endgame position. So just something to be a little bit careful about. My option would be a secondary drop on Erangel could make things a little bit better, but they like their Severny drop, so you can't take that away from them.
Okay, love to hear that. Well, new phase, same teams, same maps. Any new expectations?
I want to see if GameLord can maintain their momentum from Phase 2. Because we saw Robs be the MVP of the entirety of Phase 2, and that was a big surprise. I think a lot of people were like, oh no, the original Western European teams, they're going to struggle. You got so many more CIS teams for the ones that are not getting banned, that are still playing. And I'm waiting to see if GameLord can maintain that momentum. And Robs in particular, can he stay on top the way he's been able to do it at the end of Phase 2? And from how they've been playing so far, they're just playing so much more aggressive, which I think they were almost scared to do in the past, but they were just seeing it's not working out. Got to keep playing aggressive. I want to see that continue in Phase 3.
Is it more of a confidence thing that's been built up over time, or are you assuming that, you know, coming into this, teams are realizing, actually, it's now or never because we don't really have much time left?
I think it's more like a change from a place of like desperation. They knew things were not working out in the first phase. Like, okay, we really need to find something that sticks. We need to make it into the finals. Then hopefully their goal is to go into the championship. They just needed to go aggressive because playing passive in a lobby this aggressive with so many aggressive CIS teams like your MADBULLS, Major Pride, Gladiators, unfortunately is not going to cut it. And that's where you're seeing teams at the bottom like your VIRTUS.PRO, like your Dark Projects, like your Unicorns of Love. They're just not having any place in this lobby because they're just not fragging out the way teams around them have been doing so far. So I want to see if they can just keep going hyper aggressive in these games, and if they do so, I wouldn't be too scared of them missing out on the championship. It seems like they're on the right track to success right now.
The right track to success, and our track of success has been paved by Monsters, so thank you guys for making this possible. We're going to be heading over to our casters, and if you're wondering who's going to be shouting at the pixels today, maybe it's John and Blank, maybe it's Blank and John, we'll see.
It might be. It could be any one of us. It could even be any of the bears on Blank's jumper. But we're getting into this game, and I think it's going to be me and Blank. I'm not entirely sure. We'll double check halfway through, but we're going into Erangel to kick off Phase 3.
We are indeed setting it straight off on the grassy pastures, as Kalaris continues to say, and it's stuck in my head now. Cannot get it out. But we are heading over towards Erangel to start things off. 14 teams playing currently for this map, indeed, with NEXUS currently dropping in with us. I think this team could do a lot better. It's one of the teams that I'm looking forward to having a bit of a resurgence in Phase 3, particularly because they got 0 chicken dinners last time around, but had a fairly good result at the end of it. I think they were around a middling 7-6 at the end of that tournament, and they got quite far in that Vikendi match as well. I want to see the chicken dinner because they've come so close so many times, but always pipped right at the edge. So we'll see if they can get it done here on Erangel.
Yeah, certainly will. What can they find? Getting into this first map of the day. Plane path northeast down to the southwest should be fine. Teams on out. As you say, it's all about carrying that momentum forwards, trying to change up what you can fix. They've had that break on board, so adjustments kind of been made at this point.
Yeah, a couple of adjustments coming through, which is very necessary for a lot of these teams at the moment. There are some teams that we kind of expected to do a little bit better, John. I think MUERTE was certainly one of them. MADBULLS were able to kind of switch things up towards the end of that tournament, or at least phase 2, which was good stuff in my opinion. Yeah, it wasn't as dominant as phase 1, but they're one of the teams that hasn't really fallen off in a massive way so far. So I think MADBULLS keep that up at the moment, and they will continue doing well and have a very, very decent score towards the end of this tournament. But if they want to sit themselves right on the top of the king of the castle, then they're going to have to step things up to an 11, just like Major Pride did in phase 2. And I think that's fairly easy. I think that what they need to do is start getting a little bit more aggressive on some of these engagements, because at the moment, John, we do see them just heading for that central compound, waiting things out, and a lot of times we have chalked that up to just them not being very warm towards the end of those games, whereas Major Pride and other teams have just been fighting through, and they usually pick up the chicken dinner. I tried to merge both of those words together there. They usually pick up the chicken dinner just based off that adrenaline that's flowing through them towards the end. So I think MADBULLS, a little bit more aggression, but keep that controlled approach they had in phase 2.
Yeah, make sure that you want to stay up there, because at the moment they are still fighting for the top overall spots. Of course, the overall spots important when it comes to qualifying for those finals, which is what these teams are all going to be looking towards. This is their last phase to put those numbers up on the board. We'll have to wait and see who's going to get that cut-off right now. Obviously, 2 teams going home. At the moment, as it stands, Team Doom and Avalanche would be those 2 teams that would take the dip. Both of them are playing in this game.
Yeah, I think for Team Doom, it is a little bit bad for them at the moment. I don't think they've really been able to step things up massively. Yes, their phase 2 was probably a little bit better than their phase 1 in my opinion, but I think this is most likely going to be one of our teams that we won't be seeing towards our finals, which is unfortunate, to be fair, because it's kind of a no contest on their side of things, but there certainly is possibility for teams to jump up and down on that side of Avalanche. Maybe they get themselves back into position, as we saw them get themselves a nice little chicken dinner in phase 2. We'll see if they can get that done again. Circle down towards the southwest. Dark Project down this side too, looking a little bit better towards the end of their phase 2. They were starting out strong in phase 1. Things kind of fell off just a little bit for them, but they're looking a lot more confident now.
Certainly the time to bring that confidence in that final opportunity, the last dance of the phases before we head into those finals. KONINA Power, AVALANCHE close to Goldie from Team Doom with the buggy. They should be able to hear each other now. They'll certainly see each other. Sightlines gained. AVALANCHE maybe looking to turn it away. Major Pride with their outpost down to the southwest, wanting to get away from there. Goldie just trying to regroup with the rest of Team Doom.
Yeah, get back on board with them. This is over towards the center of Gatka at the moment. Goldie sending on through. Obviously very much out of the way of the rest of his team up towards Kameshki and Mount Stalba. But at least he has himself a place for the rest of the boys to stay. This is the biggest scout we've ever seen. We'll have to pull out the walkie-talkies for this one. Definitely not an earshot of the rest of his teammates. But he has a central spot. And yeah.
Shortwave radio. Blank walkie-talkies don't stretch that far. They don't have the range.
He's going to need something big. Yeah, you're 100% right. He's going to need to pull up, or maybe just the mobile phone. That also works. You could go for that one. But yeah, we're old school. We're old school here. Maybe not.
If he's got a mobile phone, he'd be busy playing PUBG Mobile for sure. So yeah.
That's right. He needs something else. He needs
a monster to get the energy to get that far.
That's right. Up towards his northern side, AAR, looking quite nice, actually. This is a team that has done fairly well overall. Got a couple of really good players on that team. Elementrix as well as Tapok really have been showing their stuff, winning out on the final Vikendi of phase 2. Obviously, a pretty decent position they had there, but at the end of the day, they did need a little bit of skill because they were going up against Major Pride, who were on an absolute tear that last phase. I think breaking a lot of records in terms of points gained. seeming more or less like the kind of points you would grab if you were still playing on the format that had 15 points total for those chicken dinners. So I think Major Pride had done an extremely good job. And typically on Erangel, they have a fairly good start to themselves, especially from that sunken area. They've really been perfecting this rotation so far for themselves. Yes, they're getting a little caught out at the moment, heading up towards Box Compound. That's playing versus Gladiators, who have solved that problem slightly. But this rotation down towards the south side or off to the east, they are looking real clean with it.
Trying to tidy things up. Keep them that way. Bolodoi still rolling across the hillsides, and Goldie's still near them, trying to use KONINA power as a shield for the time being. ARR moving south past Gatka. They're finding a little bit of an opening here on their southwestern movements. ARR want to try and stay consistent and keep those points coming in.
Yeah, for AR, that's pretty important for them because they do have their big ups and downs, John. I will say that they have gone out a little bit early sometimes, but when they get really far into the game, they certainly pick themselves up a lot of points, and they're one of these teams that is able to steal quite a few points from other teams where we think it's really cut and dry towards the end game. But if you see AAR off towards one of those edges on the northwest or the northeast, we still have to watch out because there's definitely worlds where AR have just swung in, picked up the chicken dinner out of absolutely nowhere, and found themselves a decent win off the back of it. The rest of Team Doom now moving down from Mount Stalba, very far away from the circle itself. I am not sure if Goldie is still going in that central region because AAR have moved down there towards Gatka, so he might just be playing hide and seek.
Maybe. Trying to stay out of dodge, stay out of the mix. Maybe a little bit harder than expected. VIRTUS.PRO on that Sosnovka military island. Purple, Folly, just leading the charge. Well, not leading the charge. They've got a phase a little bit further out west. Gladiator is the compound on that south side, just beneath these this tree line. We know the strength of this compound. It's got great sight lines over towards the fields. Can get a little bit dicey later in the game, but it's an excellent foothold for them to launch into the mid-game.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to crash as well at this point. There's a lot of tricky little positions you can play towards this compound. You can see Tixie's already in one of them, which basically gives him that headshot angle where it's quite difficult to hit the shots his way, whereas he has kind of a full broadside and anyone that's sort of razzing across those fields. So for that compound, it's going to see Gladiators fairly safe for the majority of this game. I don't imagine many teams will want to try and aggress upon this one. VIRTUS.PRO could definitely go from that. They're coming down from that western bridge on Sosnovka, as you can see right now, and Avalanche are moving in from the western side. So Gladiators could get a little bit crunched here, but I'm 100% sure, in fact, they should be able to defend this quite easily.
Hopefully. I mean, VIRTUS.PRO haven't had the best track record. They're going to have to move, though, from that south position. A lot of that west coast still in things here, and excuse me, from the north, should be able to just shunt down, play a couple of those compounds on the west. Some decent loots in there as well, so for teams that maybe started out on that eastern side of the island, could send all the way around and far, but at the moment, excuse me, look like they have prime position to take that. Major Pride as well, pretty central.
Is that double loot crate, by the way? I'm pretty sure that is a little double loot crate.
Yeah, it is.
That's dropped there. So whoever passing by can sell some nice level 3s. VIRTUS.PRO had to pop out the vehicle as Tixie sends some shots backwards. That's a lot of damage for a moving vehicle as well. So Gladiator is comfortably keeping VIRTUS.PRO off their heels.
And they moved south through the tree line, so they've left that compound quite, I would say, significantly on their maneuvers here. See, they're breaking away, and they are moving on that south rotation. They knew they had to leave the compound, and they are getting on the bike. Kitsune was left as a little bit of a backstop. VIRTUS.PRO are going to slow down and loot through Ferry Pier a little bit, and then come in behind. Where Gladiators are going to go is remaining to be seen, but at the moment, Dark Project are kind of ahead of them on probably one of their first ports of call, although there are a few more buildings to the south that Dark Project don't hold. That eastern edge of this next circle blanket's filling up.
Oh yeah, massively. So we're going to start seeing some conflict soon. Obviously, this area is just absolutely pocked with a lot of ditches, a lot of high ground, a lot of interesting compounds. So it's quite easy to stay out of the way. For some of these teams, you can see just the rolling valleys through this area as well. So I do think that some of these teams should be fairly happy in their approach. But as the circle starts to close more and more, obviously this doesn't really give you that same kind of strength anymore, because there are just so many areas where you'd want to hide out. Suddenly you've got 3 teams trying to hide out in the same area, and you have a full-on brawl in your hands.
Yeah, it's not ideal if you're one of those teams trying to play that style. Sly Europe, has he seen Goldie? Seems like he's figured something out on that ridge. Seems to know there's I think he's just caught a sight of the buggy there that Goldie was navigating with. The rest of Team Doom still very, very far and up to the north in hospital right now, just about coming into walkie-talkie range.
Yeah, what a weird play this is. You know, you just send one of your fellas all the way to the other side of the map, and that way you cannot be caught off guard no matter what. Because Goldie's found themselves a position that is playable. It will be difficult because there'll be a lot of sightlines looking towards it. But again, it is playable. It's also very much central, and this could work out. Question is, how far did Team Doom get across these fields, get across these hills without being shot at by anyone else? But with that circle shift, Team Doom really does have a boon in Goldie being here. Can they get to him before anyone else gets that position first?
This is what a lot of these teams are going to be thinking about, right? Especially Sly Europe, who have spotted, is we're only missing 1 player in this lobby right now. Why is there a solo here? What's going on? Is the question that they're going to be asking, right? Because everybody should be essentially at full power. Team Doom have taken down one of the Unicorns of Love, sure, but why is there just a solo here, and why have they not got any backup?
Exactly. I mean, it's a case of, is that just a buggy, or is there more vehicles on the other side? Is that a full team there? There's a lot of questions coming through at the moment. Avalanche do lose one of their players trying to play off from that high ground. That's to Dagestan. Taking some shots, but now coming through. I believe this is Unicorns of Love. Yeah, Dagestan also taking shots down towards Shockwave. It's all going backwards and forwards on that side.
Ooh, on the east edge, Avalanche trying to roll up, and the Unicorns of Love embroiled with them, having lost a player earlier to Team Doom. Looks like Unicorns of Love won't have much more luck either. Detati from down the hill gets a lot of damage through to 0. Already a lot of the Unicorns are knocked and flagging fairly severely. 2 players are active right now. Noshi got that heal off, so back in action fully. A nade out wide, and 0 able to heal 2. A Scar and a DBS here in hand for 0 as he blooms the smoke. Woodson is down for Avalanche, and at the moment it's even Stevens as Noshi takes a huge lick of damage. Should be able to heal that one up though.
Yeah, hopefully. Moving around, trying to get as far as possible. Noshi, now out in the blue, has to crawl through, but that will be Woodson providing the information. Nice nade should cut off the escape route for Noshi, keeping the blue a little bit longer. Only stage 3, though. This nade could be good on target.
Oh, not quite able to find Detati. Step up, need the spray, need to be on target. Exactly. Capitalized on perfectly. Elisio around those foothills as well, into the buggy. Disengage away from the engagement here from Unicorns of Love. At the moment, though, neither of them have really had a good time of it, and there's still potential for Elisio just to take them down.
Yeah, pretty lax play there from Detati, though, after the information was provided back from Woodson to show his back to Noshi. Again, this is an issue more or less with Unicorns of Love as well, because their engagements are really, really messy, John. So many times we see them move in onto a fight, a full team fight, losing one player off the back, losing a second, and then it really gets grubby down to the midst, right, where they'll sometimes win the fight with 1 or 2 players up, res the third, and then they're playing really quite limited towards the end of the game in terms of utility. So for Unicorns of Love, I respect that they're not afraid to take fights and not afraid to take position on the map, but one thing I do think needs to be improved is just that initial thought process after the crash happens, right? Because it feels like they get in there, they get one knock, and then it's suddenly hesitation, hesitation, hesitation. Gladiators, on the other hand, not hesitating whatsoever as they wipe VIRTUS.PRO off the map and now looking for more over towards Dark Project.
Team Doom starting their maneuvers to regroup potentially with Goldie. I mean, they know that this spot is there. Elisio actually crashing in close towards Goldie's position, but diverted. Zeus right up the hill from Moicolino, but Looks like the buggy has the tyre out and a pickup is necessary. Not going to get shut down, and Aces hops out. ARR are on the tail, and immediately a little hop out from Tapok, able to land the shot and the flush as well. Team Doom, they lose a player, they lose Phantom as well. The regroup blank is going badly.
Yeah, it was always going to go this way, though, and I think that they have been almost baited by Goldie being in the middle. There's not really any way you can get towards him, and I think the fact that they're trying to regroup on one player as opposed to Goldie coming back to them is a little bit crazy to me, considering that this is just fielded area, open ground, sending 3 of your players through this area to Goldie itself. You are always going to get shut out from all sides. Sly Europe, though, still holding themselves a really nice spot up towards that northeast side on the road, that road that just snakes through, gives them some great sight lines. Obviously, they are a little bit towards that edge side. Not a big deal at the moment because the center's not too pretty either.
Dagestan on the northern side. In combat now with ARR, Sly Europe just across the way. ARR with Tapok and Becker down. Unicorns of Love, I think that's one of their 2 players knocked at the back. Gladiators on the south side, holding on the edge of Quarry with KONINA Power to their east.
Yeah, Zero, I think, getting flushed out there by Kitsune. I think could have been KONINA Power as well, taking shots from that right-hand side over towards Quarry. Like you said, John, looking down towards this fielded area. A very nice position in terms of oversight. Right now, though, Gladiators nice and split along the compounds that dot across the roads on the north-southwest side. I think this is a really nice little position to be playing in and gives them a fair few options going forward. Latte spots out Matic, but he does get into cover fairly quickly, and we'll relay that information back across. Madness will send over towards Latte. In fact, landing on the roof, and now he needs help.
2 of them are there. Matic spotted in the door frame now. Needs backup from the rest of the team. Steps out wide into the firing lines of the rest of the team. Matic still alive. In come the cavalry, though. A Molotov to try and slow things down, but Wait is in. There's a beautiful burn coming through to slow everything out, and this is absolutely what they were looking for here. A knock comes through from Major Pride, who are on the north side of this fight, and crunching into the back of Dark Project. Matic is still going, and Wait is now trapped on the inside. Can't move backwards. Fortunately, Keme is... Sorry, not Keme. Wait is there for the knock. The DBS around the edge, but Gladiators have got the backup, and a nade from Tixie seals the deal. Latte has to reposition, and now they can go for these reses.
Will they find this shot, though? Good, almost on target. I think that's a body shot there. If he'd hit the helmet, could have been over. In fact, he might have hit the helmet, but the level 3 just getting him out of dodge. I think Major Pride still cleaning up some of these eliminations. They're playing from the north's edge. This is looking fairly good for them. Gladiators might have trouble pushing through this area, John.
Might do. Certainly treacherous to move north here. The good news is that they'll know that there is a third-party team, and they'll know that compound is heavily occupied. Although you would have expected it anyway. Nexus on the east, similarly on a treacherous path now with KONINA Power having their number. The KONINA Power need to regroup themselves. Agorazin's position on that high ground is excellent for slowing this Nexus egress, but the blue zone will push out that position before Nexus have to move.
Yeah, I mean, for Nexus themselves, should be able to get in towards KONINA Power's spot. The question is whether they can live making that push at the end of the day, because I think KONINA Power has a nice lineup there, which should kind of punt them out from the circle. I don't know how much further Nexus is going to get. If you look in front of them, look how difficult that's going to be to cross. And I think I can only see 2 buggies so far. So for Nexus, I don't know how easy this is going to be. Currently, though, making slightly easier by the fact that AAR are also pressuring KONINA Power as they make their way into the circle.
Team Doom is still alive, by the way, with their central person still playing on. Smoke start to bloom around the Nexus team. 1 buggy taken up by Octavian. Doran has to hit the deck as Vash shreds him down to just a sliver. Kapahala not in a buggy just yet. The heal comes through. There's the 2 buggies that you were talking about. Kame and Kapahala. Octavian in the other. Doran in the smoke, maybe getting picked up here, but they will ride forwards towards KONINA Power. Fash behind the shack, actually allowing Kapahala to get away with that. A nice diversion. Octavian has got an auto shotgun here, but Fash has the DBS, and there's the nade to come through, and a burst is good for Nexus to start. But out of the frying pan into the fire, Keme is not going easy. Doran won't be able to hold on around this angle, but KONINA Power also taking heavy casualties.
Yeah, AAR really crunching them, but Gladiators doing an equally good job to continue sending in. They hit some shots over towards KONINA Power, which kind of allowed this push from Nexus to come through. Matic cleans up the final player for them. Now looking for a little bit more. I think they heard the fighting.
Triple prediction coming through for Major Pride here on their south hold position. Gladiators, the outside prediction for Gennaro, but if they keep fragging like this, they definitely have a chance. Nexus losing players to these nades. Now it's just Kapahala and Keme out in the open field with Sly Europe taking huge shots at them.
Tixi finishing off Doran. 8 eliminations so far. Really nice start there for the guys of Gaming Gladiators. Obviously, Major Pride looking in a nice spot. I thought they would hold out Gladiators. And honestly, this prediction from Gennaro actually looking a lot better now as Gladiators are able to clean out this eastern side. And this is one of the few times we see Gladiators at this point in the game with 4 members still alive, which is really big for them.
Yeah, if they can sweep that eastern edge, especially with the circle shift as it is, Sly Europe will be their main competitor at this point.
Sly Europe, obviously still in a strong position.
Very strong.
It's a really nice compound, has high ground, looks down towards a lot of this map. Moving into this position is going to be difficult. I think some of these teams over towards the western side might have an easier time of it. Excuse me could be a dark horse here in this game. We know how they finally Goldie goes down. We know how like to play on those edges, play in those hidden areas of the map and then kind of swoop in for that chicken dinner right at the end. They have kind of lived off the back of these placement points a lot. Gladiators take a casualty there in Tixi as Major Pride starts to move over.
It goes straight into ARR as well. I mean, Tixi going down slows the Gladiators out. That allows Major Pride to get up to the ridgeline, but an aid from Aces fends them off for the time being. Tapok can push through, has sight onto the buggy, but needs to be careful from Gladiators because they do have a crossfire. Effects taking heavy damage on this route out, and Meku spots Tapok, cuts it down with the smoker's cover, and it's news so far. Monkey is flushed, meaning Major Pride are down to 3. A nade over the top towards Kitsune doesn't quite do what Keme was hoping it would, but Nexus is still going with an outside chance here. ARR with just 2 active. Tapok needs to be rezzed here. Effect spots Kitsune and some retribution found for the frags coming through. And a nade over towards Tapok keeps them down.
Yeah, you do wonder if Major Pride are going to dip out of this fight. Furia does have some sightlines down. They keep pushing things just a little bit further in. Now Sly Europe starts to extend their pressure out just a little bit down towards Keme, who is a solo. Tixi will find a beautiful nade over towards AAR.
And there's the final blow dealt. Aces falls to the nade of Effect, and Major Pride with 3 can now start to move in, but Gladiators are ahead of the curve on this one. Still all 4 players alive, 10 eliminations found. And Meku has to duck back a little bit, but the nade is already unleashed. Excuse me, flanking in behind Major Pride now. And Kvik and Black on this ridgeline need to try and get value here with these nades. First launched in by Black. Will it be able to land? Unfortunately, not really getting the damage, and Furia falls to a beautiful spray down by Dino. The res already being committed to, but the nade to follow it up is good. Masked by the trees as well. The foliage is there, but it won't be long enough. Not quite on target. That one might be able to do the damage, but they're able to find one out. Unfortunately, the second not so lucky as Gladiators push in and press the issue.
10 eliminations so far. Nomi making a mad dash through the smoke. Has a DBS though, finds one, but will be finally taken down as Gladiators go even further with 13 eliminations so far. Sly Europe are in a great position to finish out this game strong though, John. Matic has to step up, get some damage done, but Reflect too slick with it back behind the slope.
Gladiators now needing to pull all 3 of their players back on up. They've already got the value. You talked about their elimination count. 13 on the cards for the Gladiator squad. And they will play from this south side. They do need to shimmy forwards a little bit. And it looks like Excuse Me might be ahead on the train. You called them a dark horse, Blank. They've got a central area with the road in their favor, and now they get the shift.
Yeah, on that western edge, they do a really good job to just slowly push things in. They add a little bit of pressure to Major Pride, which finally takes them down. Also cut Gladiators into that southern position, which is making life very hard for them, John. And now, excuse me, once again, looking for those big placement points at the end of the game. Sly Europe unwilling to let Gladiators get out from this position, and I doubt that they will at this state. Malatic does get Tenshik, though, back. I don't think that means too much right now, though, because the blue will really hurt them and send them just over this ridge, which will just put them in full sight lines of a lot of teams.
But it will force Sly to move back as well. Sly are, in fact, on the longer side of the blue right now. Gladiators are closer to it, so they can just get these reses. Sly managed to get everyone back on in. And the Gladiators can't move forwards on their hillside as effectively as Sly can start to get across that road and play the ridge. Dagestan to their north, a major threat.
Yeah, Dagestan in a nice spot at the moment. 4 players still alive, John. Let's see what they can get done with this. 4 eliminations. They are crunching themselves into this tiny little valley here. Now Tixi, just slowly but surely, pushing himself over the edge. Will spot Excuse Me, though. This could be big. They can clear out at least one player from Excuse Me, weaken them a little bit. Maybe that western approach becomes a little bit more viable.
The outpost for Excuse Me needs to hold strong now and is doing beautiful work as the rest of Excuse Me back up with volleys of fire. Gladiators might be able to swing on this as they hear the shots coming from the high ground and move into position to try and third-party the engagement. Sly Europe have the same idea, and now 2 teams are fighting in a valley with everybody looking their way. Zadira goes down first to the DP from Tenchik as they move across, and Sly Europe have position.
Really strong spot once again, playing from that nice compound off towards the eastern side. They've not had to move too much. What they have done is controlled effectively. They realize that Gladiators are not in a good state anymore, so they move up towards that northern side, try and clear this out. This is very good control of the map and of this endgame coming through from Sly. 6 eliminations. Reflect goes for that Molotov. Doesn't really have much of anything else, but hopefully places that correctly.
Where's it gone? It's not coming back. I don't think we'll see that one again. Oh, there it is, just behind the smokes. A little bit off target, but it's very difficult to hit those at that range. 3 players still going for Gladiators. They've really not got a lot to work with as Matic is playing behind the only ridge they can. They can't move forward to the next ridge without Sly moving off their position, but they don't need to. And Sly might even be able to try close this out here with a nade.
This is bold from Matic. The Matic special comes through. A deadly approach across the fields. Matic's definitely not on target with that one. And with that, Gladiators get absolutely cut down in the grass.
Completely beansed on that push. That was very, very hard to make work, and I don't really think they had too many other options, Blank. They had to move out into the open. They didn't really have the utility to go with it, but they've got 17 points this game. Still a massive result for the Gladiator squad. But now we're into it with Sly Europe, a dominant position, 4 players alive.
Excuse me, certainly are in a super strong spot, and I think Sly Europe have really settled themselves up for a strong endgame. Leaving players up towards this northern side did weaken their push down towards the south, but what it has done is allowed them a really nice point to regroup back up on. And now Dagestan feeling the full brunt of it. Of Excuse Me taking knocks as well. I think this game is looking more and more like a Sly Guys win.
Certainly seems that way. Excuse Me under pressure. Losing that forward outpost to the Dagestan roll-up. Disastrous for the squad. Furia wants to hold out Reflect, but that's not going to go well. A roll down to take down Excuse Me. And now just the 2 players from Dagestan hiding out in the shack, everybody looking their way. There's really nothing doing here. There's no way that Dagestan make it out of this alive, Blank. 8 eliminations for Sly, and most likely moving up to 10. Hang on a minute. There's a shot, a drop shot, and another one found. Have they just brought it into a 2 versus 2? I think they have.
Limboboom should be able to confirm this elimination. Tenchik moves up with a nade, tries to get towards that backside. It looks quite good, a lot of damage. One more should do the trick, sends it off towards the other side. Won't quite get Shifu down. Now a 1v2.
Oh. Tenchik has to repin that nade, puts one up high, over towards the tree, sends one back, and there's the answer. The Molotov to force Shifu out of position has to hit the deck behind the vehicle. Now Tenchik, worried about the bobble, does go down as well.
Nade.
Reflect is res, so there's 2 players up top, but Shifu has a shot. Up to the crate, and you might be safe. First aid is there, but a burn is good, and a shot to seal the deal. Dagestan, they gave it a good go, but Sly Europe close it down.
Sly Europe have this really cool endgame tactic now, right, where they will just set themselves up for the best position possible in that end game, controlling a large, vast amount of area in the best spots. It was really, really well done. But you know, all of that doesn't really matter anymore, because all I want to see right now is a replay of that nade that got sent into the air by Shifu that was able to take down Tenchik. What a nade from that guy. A real strong arm on that lad.
You could double up the nades, right, on that. If you get a cook on the second, you can have 2 land immediately, but it's a real hard one to hit. Didn't even need to hit 2 of them. Tenchik goes down. Dagestan don't get the value for it, though, as Sly Europe close out the game in style.
They do close out the game in style. We do not close out our predictions in style, but that's okay because life happens. Hey, welcome back, guys. Ginny and Max on the desk. And we're going to do our best to break that one down because, once again, an incredible finish for these teams.
Well, I gotta say, the compound that Sly were playing in is called God Compound for a reason. It's such a strong foothold to have in like late game circles.
Yeah.
Got so much resources you could hold on to, and you had access to a little bit of a ridge line if they transitioned over the road. So the opportunities were plenty for them to try and get themselves the win. And they do here get themselves that 10 eliminations plus the 10 placement points from that chicken dinner. And I feel like we were critical in the past, right, Ginny, about Sly in the sense that, okay, they're a team that sometimes would find themselves in these strong positions, wouldn't do much with it, and the chicken dinner would just come their way. Man, it seemed like I just saw a different Sly Europe in this game. They just woke up and just decided to be hyper aggressive. They just chose violence today. And they were so controlling, which I didn't expect to see from them at the start of this phase. But game 1, that's the right game to put you hopefully in a good momentum kind of like position for the rest of this phase.
Yeah, absolutely. They were just playing straight into everybody's faces. But also, when we're looking at Gladiators, they have managed to get themselves 13 limbs as well. They're absolutely smashing it this time around. They had so much damage, assists on the board as well, but just a little bit unfortunate in terms of some of the timings.
Yeah, they tried to storm the beaches at the very end there. I mean, with where all the teams are positioned, we knew they were not going to survive it. That northern circle shift on, I think it was like phase 7, 8 was just, it's not going to work out for you. But before that fight, and I've got to say, I was a little bit unsure if they were going to work out, and you predicted them, but they started popping off. They third-party KONINA Power versus Nexus onto the southern eastern edge. Then they got, after that fight, they win it. They get, I think, 8 eliminations right there. They get so much extra space created for them. So Tixi, of course, because of those fights, picks up 5 eliminations along the way. Really a top fragger in this match. And then there's Major Pride that gets close to them, and they like kind of move a little bit further back because they don't really want to take that fight. But excuse me, pinch on Major Pride, and the instant Major Pride, the instant Gladiators realize that's happening, they go back into their position, take the fight towards Major Pride, and excuse me, to pick up more limbs. They were just so controlling on the southern side, and they won fights that I didn't think they would win while keeping 4 players alive. So I'm impressed with Gladiators on this first game. That's the thing. If they make it as 3 or 4 players in the late game, this team is just so damn scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how we started the highlights as well with Tixi on the nades because he did manage to get 3 kills on the grenades, 5 elims in totals. I mean, Major Pride, not to take anything away from them either, they've been performing really well this game around. It feels all in all, a lot of these teams are consistently showing up, and it's the teams that we're kind of expecting to be the ones stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, exactly, except for the Sly. No, I didn't expect this strong of a showing in the first game. But Reflect, I mean, if you want to point fingers at one person that did not allow Gladiators to transition and to potentially get a chicken dinner, it's Reflect. He had that little, just very small ridge line, but with that third-person perspective, it's very easy to control it. And he just made sure the Gladiators were pretty much stuck in the southern edge and couldn't move out. And the moment the circle shifts north, there's no way they can survive it. So Reflect was a big reason why Sly just did so well. But it got close. Like, it was a 4v2. Then Dagestan put it down to 2v2. Shifu gets himself some amazing nades onto Tenchik, so I was a little bit skeptical for some time, but at the end it didn't quite make it. But Dagestan, from their northern position, did make the most out of their, I would say, rough position to play from.
Yeah, but all in all, they still managed to close it out. Even Sly there had a really good position for themselves. Interesting that they gave it up, though.
It is interesting. I'm just looking at these nades. That blank that said, I want to just have that replay of that nade. It was just so good from Shifum to Tenchik. I'm impressed. But then the molly forces Shifu away towards that Krace. It doesn't quite make it. But yeah, good showcase from Sly and Dagestan, teams that I would say needed some points in. So that's going to put them on a right track to hopefully make it further into the finals.
Yeah, speaking of Dagestan, actually one of the teams that performed really well on this first map here in Stage 3. Let's have a video. Let's have a look.
Going to be potentially flushed. Confirm those limbs if you can. Push with the MG3.
What is he doing?
Right through the wall. I have no idea what I'm witnessing. It's a 1v1. And wait, no way. Dagestan win.
Got to be kidding.
At least, but they were in nade range for a split second. But the fact that they got eliminated, La Familia player, and they instantly fall as Shifu pulls the trigger, comes out of the shadows, and gets so much work.
Actually, almost, or potentially, if not guaranteedly at this point, going out victorious here. As I say that, though, Keep finds 2. They find
4 backs. Followed up from their chicken dinner from earlier.
I mean, did have, what did you say, 29 first dates earlier, so it should be alright at least for a little while longer.
Best in the EU region, though. Right through, the nades are getting traded back a little bit.
A lot of shots fired, but nothing connecting. Keep actually with a nade gonna be able to find.
Saying as that video was playing, Shifu IGLing and fragging. That's impressive.
Yeah, but true Giga Chad.
What a gamer.
We keep saying it, right? That when you're looking back on PMEC, Shifu was the MVP of that event for a reason. He is such a strong individual player. It's just a lot rougher to make an impact as a solo player in this PMPL that's like so dominated towards the top by your big squads like your MADBULLS, Major Pride, and Gladiators. But when he has the opportunity, and we saw in this game, he can really pop off. So no, don't sleep on Shifu. He's a real damn good player.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the MVP. PMEC, so that is definitely not something to sniff your nose at. But another thing that we shouldn't be sniffing our nose at is the teams that have been performing very well on Miramar, considering that Miramar is coming up next. So these are teams that we got to keep our eyes on. We got to be expecting them to be showing up to the plate as well. At some point, we're going to be there. We go. Major Pride on top, followed by Gladiators, MADBULLS, NEXUS, and the MUERTE still holding that spot. They've been a little sleepy.
Yeah, very sleepy, actually. I want to see a lot more from the MUERTE. I think I'm not the only one that thinks this. I want to see more from Molloy. I want to see more from your boy Discrim. I want to see the fragging duo that we had just dominating phase 1 back in full swing in this third phase. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't even tell you what's been happening. I feel like in phase 2, a lot of teams that were maybe struggling at the start just had a major step up. You're looking at your Gladiators, you're looking at your Major Pride.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now, it just seemed like they were just not able to deal with that level of competition anymore, and I have not seen them back to their glory days of phase 1. So it could happen here. Like we saw Sly get the first chicken dinner, anything could happen, but the MUERTE, I don't know what's going on. We need to see a big change of pace for them to get the points they need in phase 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very telling the fact that any team genuinely can just show up on the day, get onto the server, and just get that chicken dinner, get those limbs that they need, get the points that they need. But it also means that the competition is very fierce, and when you're starting to slow down a little, it does allow your Major Prides, your MADBULLS to take over. So whether or not the MUERTE is going to be showing up on this map specifically, we're going to be finding out with John and Blank.
Going into Miramar now, Blank. We are going to get our desert shoes, I guess. Is that the main equipment?
Desert boots.
With you to desert boots. I mean, yeah, in a combat situation, probably desert boots are quite handy.
Yeah. And
that's probably one of the main things you'd bring.
I'd probably bring that, yeah, 100%. Maybe some of those tight socks as well. You know, I put that over my trousers because, you know, I hate getting sand everywhere. So obviously that's a pretty, you know, basic thing to not enjoy. So I'm so original and so cool right now.
That's right.
But yeah. Anyway, I think that Janira brings up a good point. Is the case of like, you know, if anyone come into server and perform on that day, that's what you kind of expect from some of these teams, right? But what I will say is that at the start of this tournament, I think that some teams were more evolved than others and have now started to stagnate, or they're just staying as good as they were, which is definitely another thing that we can take a look at, because I think Major Pride, some of these other teams like Sly Europe have all improved so much, John. And this is something we really do need to consider. And I think that it's just a case that MADBULLS came into this tournament almost peak level. So did MUERTE, both done very, very well, whereas Major Pride have really worked very hard to reach the level that they have, which is now just a bit ahead of also MUERTE and MADBULLS. And I think that some of these teams just haven't quite found that improvement streak that they were looking for. Again, still more matches to come, 5 days after this, so a lot can still change, but MUERTE, as opposed to MADBULLS, do look like they're on that downward trend now, as opposed to, you know, being as good as they were at the start. I think that's more akin to MADBULLS, and I think MUERTE have just lost that hot streak.
Just a little bit. Needing some sort of oomph, some extra nos in the cylinders to send them flying forwards. Have to wait for that one though. Yet to press the button. A south plane path to MUERTE are out fairly late, just over Chumacera. Looks like they're going to head up north to their usual stomping grounds.
Yeah, nasty little playing path here. It really does leave basically these rotations available to you. Mainly on the western coast, the eastern coast, so quite difficult to get out of here, especially because we're also slinging ourselves around Los Leones, which is a nasty zone to be moving through in of itself. So I do think some of these rotations will be slightly askew. Luckily, most teams can get out the plane in those parachutes, but you're lucky to get further than this in a parachute, honestly.
Yeah, I think that is a limit that you are going to be looking at there. To get out, you will just try and drop on these vehicles. It seems like a few teams have had that idea. The circle won't contain you too much. It's very central, so a lot of these places are just going to be super available. You can see Team Doom out on the east coast. Most likely, I think they normally head up towards Tierra Bronca, Torre Armada, even Campo Militar, and they're going to be all right to do that in this circumstance.
Yeah, 100%. This should be absolutely fine for some of these teams. MADBULLS down to Puerto Paraiso, as well as Nexus to the north side. I know that's a little bit difficult for you guys to see, considering they are practically the same color, a slightly more blue on MADBULLS side. But yeah, this should be okay. We can figure this out. It's just if they're fighting, it's probably going to give me an aneurysm, but that's okay. Giving me an aneurysm is what PUBG Mobile is all about, because sometimes I don't understand these rotations.
Right.
That's fine. We got to analyze this stuff, and that's what we got the beautiful desk team for.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Although, to be fair, I did go to year 3, so I did learn my colors, which is going to make it a little bit easier for me.
What? There was a year 3?
I know.
I stopped
Most
at
people
year 2.
stop at 2, but I qualified for year 3.
Oh man, you must have been real intelligent. Sly Europe here just taking a couple of pot shots. Nothing too big going on at the moment. Game Lord up towards Hacienda del Patron. Another team that we didn't really talk about at the start of the day, but have really impressed me recently. I still think that they are frustrating at times because they look so good, and I think, you know, it was, I want to say yesterday, because it does feel like it was so recent. But on our final day, Sunday, last week, we did see that Miramar, I believe it was, where Game Lord had a really strong central position, and it was taken away from them by Dagestan to a very unfortunate engagement. And I think that they're making a lot of the right decisions. Their team fight sometimes is very good, sometimes it's absolutely abysmal, and I'm a little bit curious of what's going on there, because I can't quite pinpoint the problem anymore. I used to think that it was just not a very good meld between Victor and Narvalo, but they're looking like they're working together very well. I thought it might be Akashi, who wasn't bringing that same firepower as the rest of the team, but he's really improved a lot. And honestly, Robs is kind of a very well-liked and loved player at the moment by everyone on the broadcast, so that's absolutely fine. So I'm not quite sure what it is, but sometimes things go very, very wrong and seem completely unsalvageable by Game Lord. So I want to see a little bit more of a consistent spread from these guys.
I mean, to me, that speaks of potential communication issues within the team. I mean, that's very much in the realm of hypothesis, and don't, you know, take that as read. But like when you perform well sometimes, and when you don't perform well other times in similar situations, that feels like the calls that are being made sometimes might get lost in that sort of scenario. We don't know exactly that could be what's going on, but that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a team starting to try to find their stride, perhaps. Like, they're getting into the end game a lot more now. And this is something that did not happen for them very much in the past. So it might just be a case of that pressure is slightly getting to them, or that they're trying to figure out how to play these end games a little bit better the more practice they get on them. So the more that they can see themselves towards those final 5 teams, I think the more we'll see that consistency start to bleed through. So, you know, cheering for Game Lord as per, because they've had one of the biggest comebacks in PMPL history so far in this tournament, having really bad fall Europe split last year, and coming into this one looking very much revitalized. Look like they've been in the spa for a couple of weeks.
Hopefully they will have found their inner zen and will be able to catapult back up towards the top. See what they're looking out for. This is the Game Lord roster is very storied, I would say, at this point, especially given last year's performances as this roster preeminently. They had a massive downturn, and so not only is it a comeback story on this season, it's a comeback story overall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Gladiators as well, another team that we would say is quite storied. They've got a fair few narratives around them, and they're looking quite good. I think they're a team that's getting a little bit easy to read, which I think that they're fixing quite well. Anytime there seems to be some problems on their side, they are initiating those countermeasures I keep saying, which is absolutely fine. Apollodoy just peeking the monster truck out the side. It's like, come on, have a shot, I dare you.
He's just peeking out. He's hiding though. MADBULLS on the south side. Not hiding, but quite far away from the action right now. The South Point duo for Gladiators is, sorry, it is just the duo, Matic and Meku, a little bit further south. We'll probably hear this rotation from MADBULLS, and that could protect Kitsune and Tixi from potentially getting rolled down on from those Chumasara hills, should MADBULLS take this route up. It looks like MADBULLS, yeah, they will turn in and probably go past or certainly near to Matic at this stage. Nexus moving in from the east side, past La Bendita, around that crater. They'll have to try and navigate further to the west. Unicorns of Love will just be that little bit ahead of them.
Unicorns of Love, obviously, past Minas Morales towards Picardo side. A real clump of teams up towards Water Treatment and San Martin. You got Shockwave, Game Lord, Sly Europe, all trying to vie for a position there. Game Lord's usually quite good at holding out teams in this position. They gave a lot of trouble to a team like Avalanche, who's moved further down towards that western side. Doesn't really get too involved on these engagements over towards Hacienda del Patron anymore, purely because of how good Game Lord has been at defending that area. But we are heading over towards our next circle very shortly. This is a pretty fun area for a lot of these teams, I would say. There's a lot of high ground to take up, and more specifically, there's a lot of very good compounds, right, where they're easily picked out. This area, though, not as fun, I'd say. Unicorns of Love have a really strong spot, and if someone wants to take that off them, I think they could. I don't think Unicorns of Love would be able to hold on to this position as well as they might think. It's also one of those spots where I think that, you know, you might have two teams clash there. Unicorns of Love have a messy fight with another team, because I do think that they're good enough to cause someone harm. I don't think that they're a team that's like that bad that they would just fall over. I just don't think that they cleanly finish out their fights yet.
I mean, at the moment, Unicorns of Love on the overalls are 15th place, right? So they're close to that bubble, enough to be somewhat in danger from teams like KASIK and Avalanche from overtaking them. So Unicorns of Love do need to show us that they have that power, or there's certainly at least some strength here. But with Game Lord to their northern flank as a duo looking to regroup, KASIK team as well just over on that west, and Gladiators probably next in the queue to push in from the south. It's a difficult task to maintain space in that central area. Excuse me, falling a little bit by the wayside down for Major Pride on the southwest as Sly Europe and Nexus crash into one another. At the moment, Sly Europe doing well, but with Reflect going down, Nexus have got the opening that they might be looking for here. Doran into the stall with a teammate, but Mandarin sneaks a bullet somehow through the window, and we'll be able to get the flush onto Doran. Nexus now losing two and not getting the flush for an elimination point in return.
Ooh, that could have been a nasty nade there, taking down Reflect. Luckily, he gets back to the edge of the room, understanding that those windows are going to prove real deadly. But now that Sly Europe are all firmly inside this barn, goodness me, the nades are going to be really, real horrible to work with. Another one comes through from Goldie, that's on the backside, and now just one player left remaining. Keme steps through, tries to get the damage done. Great little step up there from Zashipa. Now has one last player to deal with, but so low.
A little bit of a turnaround here for Nexus. Octavian vaulting in through the window. This is bold. This is dangerous.
Oh my!
It will be proven to be so, but in roll Team Doom, and Goldie's there to pick up the pieces. One player still standing. Zashipa has a lot more to do now to survive the rest of the storm, and Team Doom will third party on the engagement pick up where Nexus fell off.
Absolutely disgusting. Unlikely that Zashipa was going to get away from that one, but what a play to bring things back from the brink there. And again, as soon as Nexus had kind of corralled the guys into this longhouse, it was going to be very difficult. So many nade angles for them on this position. Very, very difficult to deal with overall. Looking over towards that northern side of the map, though, Game Lord stopped a little bit short down past the south side of Graveyard. Shockwave close by to them. Gladiators looking to set themselves upon that ridge. They really do like to play it out in the open. I assume they've got some kind of a compound in this position, playing that 2-2 split at the moment, watching out for that breakout from Picardo itself. But yeah, this is quite the interesting circle, purely because you saw so many teams trying to hit that central area straight away, and now we have these big clumps on both the north and south side.
A lot of open ground in there as well. Shockwave now right on the northern side of this next circle. Won't have to move too soon, but very likely in the next 5 minutes or so they will do. As things start to close down. Game Lord playing on the outside right now, under the purview of the rotation from Unicorn to Love. That's further central. Unicorn to Love shifting a little bit around to try and get as much power over the position they hold as possible.
Trying to figure out where they want to play, obviously, because they're down that downslope at the moment on the western side of Lebendita. I think if they can shift themselves up towards the edge of that ridge, which is where they're currently playing, we'll give them a little bit of defense. Game Lord slowly but surely poking their head downwards, with Akashi sending as a scout first. MUERTE coming in from San Martin. This is the team that Max really wanted to see a big improvement from. Shockwave takes shots towards them. Quickly they divert off towards the west, get behind this ridge side. This works out well for them. Milky Way, goodness me, that bus is a bit of a problem for him.
We'll be able to handle it though. Nicely turned around and immediately going down back to cover to gain speed again. Not sort of just trying to three-point turn out in the open. That's discipline. Nicely done. And Milky Way should be able to get to the compound, but ready and waiting for them. It is Victor from Game Lord. Playing a little bit split from the rest of the roster. In fact, very split. Game Lord are at the top of the hill, so they do have sightlines down to this. But as soon as Victor goes down, that's it. He's flushed. There's no way of getting him back. I don't even know if he has a vehicle here, but MUERTE looming out the smokes and seem to know that there's someone here. There is a buggy around the back, so they should have an inkling that someone has certainly been here. Sorry, not a buggy. A Morado around the outside there. As MADBULLS come a cropper a little bit on the south side.
Yeah, currently fighting out versus Excuse Me, who are down to 2 players themselves. MADBULLS lose 1 down to 3, but I think Excuse Me should be flushed out fairly soon. 3 players from MADBULLS now left alive. But yeah, Victor has a lot of work to do here. Unlikely he'll escape in this vehicle, so he has to find the initial knock, essentially. In the meantime, now Game Lord are locked in this odd position of waiting for Victor and also providing that oversight down towards Unicorns of Love and Major Pride. So a real interesting turn of events here. And as the game goes on, it's only going to get worse because Shockwave and Team Doom also kind of want to rotate through this position.
I wonder if MUERTE even think there's a player here anymore. Are they aware that this is a little...
Yeah, I think he's hidden, right? He's just waiting for a knock so he can get out, because there is a vehicle right next to him. I think if he gets that knock, moves away in the midst of that chaos, that's probably ideal, but they don't want to peek around that area at all.
Can't afford to. Avalanche going down to Gladiators. That's on the southeast side, so third party as Woodson tries to push through towards KASIK team on the west edge. Tixi looking to move up further north onto the ridgeline on the west side of this next circle. Blank, this is a pretty powerful position for the Gladiators to hold out both of these teams.
Yeah, we were saying this earlier, is that this position they're playing in on this ridge side protects them from a lot of the sight lines up towards the north, but what it does give them is this massive ability to take down anyone that's coming through and out of Picardo over this open ground. It's very, very smart. So now KASIK and Avalanche both forced into this awkward engagement, whereas no matter what happens when they start to leave, Gladiators are most likely going to pick up a lot of the eliminations off the back of this.
Alicio spotted by Tixi. Ingush will get the flush, so the point goes to KASIK team. That one's pinched back away, and shots actually up the hill as well. Potentially trying to find people. Woodson hiding out in the smoke with the DBS. We know how devastating it could be. Striker doesn't hit the shots, but that one's good for it. The second peak, just a little bit too much. Kitsune takes a little bit from Striker as he wants a little bit more. Avalanche fall down flushed, and a lot of points being swept up there by the Gladiators. 2 eliminations on it. And now KASIK team to handle.
Yeah, either way, the circle's starting to close on them to... You have to move out into this open ground eventually. The only way out is forward. And for the Gladiators, even if they are taking a couple of pot shots here and there backwards, you know, they should be able to deal with this. The only difference maker that's going to be is Striker, who's sending out towards that northern side to try and get an angle, but I think MADBULLS, or at least Gladiators, have seen it. In the meantime, we're watching this complete team wipe coming through from MADBULLS. They lost a player in the process. Furia really didn't get much done there, sadly. Striker down, though. That's really important.
Ooh, Unicorn has to duck back behind cover and actually gets forced away again by the blue. Gladiators just picking this apart. KASIK team really not going to be long for it here. Matic on a forward position, staying out towards the zone, and KASIK just flagging, burning in the blue. Needs to force a heal out here as Ingush is flushed away. Just the one player now remains. The smokes are blooming, but what's it going to do for you here? Gladiators should just be able to close this one down. And there it goes. Last player falls. And with it, KASIK team, Gladiators sweep out the West.
Yeah, so 13 eliminations on that last game, into 6 eliminations so far. It's really good stuff here. MUERTE actually taking the full-on brawl with GameLord at the moment, but it's Shockwave versus Team Doom are doing a good job to keep them off their backs, but it's only Zeus left alive.
One player now up top for Seiko, for Shockwave. You say one player for Doom, one player for Shockwave as well. Moving in with the UMP. Pretty brutal in close range, but Zeus spotted. Nade is cooking, or maybe trying to drop a smoke for aid in the reses towards the teammate. Bursts out the window, a little bit too far away from Seiko. He's jump-shotting around the side here, and a heal being initiated now for Zeus. Moicalino is low, probably Prio on that res. Goldie will have been spotted, and there's blue zone coming in as well. Unable to get these reses going through in this zone. So we'll need to prioritize them if they want to get back to full force. Seiko not letting up the pressure though, and Zeus kind of letting him slip on the inside now. Nades down the middle, and Zeus takes a lot of damage. That heal is abated, and then another pin being pulled now. The bank off the back, which could be good, and Team Doom fall for it.
Yeah, it gets blasted out the window there, John. Barely with his wits about him. Looking at this circle though, Major Pride down towards that warehouse compound on the south. Gladiators are able to move up towards the north, closer to MUERTE, who were completely wiped out Game Lords. They came to try and rescue Victor finally. Did not happen as well as they thought it would, with MUERTE moving out of that one with 4 players still intact.
MUERTE with their challenge to show us that they have gathered some speed on that north side. That northern ridgeline that cuts through the middle of this next circle is going to be really important for this next phase. Who's going to be able to claim that? Major Pride dominant on the outside in that open ground, and actually Monkey looking to scout out a little bit more. The south edge treacherous as MADBULLS try to push through with their 3 players.
Yeah, it will be difficult. Sending in now. KONINA Power spots them. This should be an easy lineup, but there's so many people in front of him, he's not even sure what to shoot at. Luckily for him, some other teams do have an idea of their own. Major Pride, I think, took some shots down that way, and MADBULLS should be cleaned out sooner or later. This is kind of a death stop for them. Not much other areas around the map that they can move off towards. MUERTE and Gladiator is getting horribly close to one another. MUERTE with the high ground, though.
Coming in from that northern side, crossing those tracks, it's difficult. All of these teams on the south side have made it in. They have got an opening here. Speaking of openings, the nade on the north side finds Kitsune, the flank position for Gladiators against MUERTE. Discrim goes low, but doesn't get knocked in response. Matic moves forward.
Nice.
Discrim goes down to a nade, cancels that heal, and finds value for it. Kitsune now in a good position. Tixi might be able to unleash another one, but Meku puts a long one towards the backside of MUERTE. Doesn't quite get any damage on, and they're burning it to commit to this res. A second Shockwave come through. Where has that come from? It's Seiko. The solo from all the way at the back has a massive backstab and a nade over towards Milky Way. This is huge as MUERTE are crumbling now, and Kitsune is so much more resible than he was just 2 seconds ago.
I mean, MUERTE really just falls short there from Seiko. That backstab was horrible. Malloy, in the meantime, was trying to find an off angle. Both Discrim and Milky Way down, moving through into the smoke. 4 players versus 1. This is more than certainly going to be a Gladiator win on this team fight.
They're all just down the hill. Malloy, last standing. There's the first flush coming through. The point going over to Gladiators. They'll spot the second as well. So able to pick up the point away from Seiko, who got that knock. Malloy running away down the hill. I wonder if they know this is his route out. Seems like Tixi is absolutely pushing on forwards here. Maybe they're not even aware that Seiko could have a potential third party. They're worried about the smoke. They think it could be a snake. From Malloy, steps out for a challenge, but doesn't get a knock here. DBS close range, it's dangerous. Tixi, first to face it. Matic goes down, so does the other, but they will find these reses, and Gladiators can pull themselves back together now, and a full resupply on the bodies of MUERTE, who are just drawn short by Shockwave Seiko.
Yeah, nice little double shotgun elimination. Well, knock there coming through from Malloy, but not quite enough. I think that they assume with the 2 players up front, they'd be fine send Malloy off for an off angle. It's a good idea, but as soon as Seiko comes in from behind with that backstab, the entire plan goes kaput because no longer can you get that res off either. Unfortunate stuff, but Gladiators do clean up that fight. I think it looked pretty good from their side anyway. Some nice nades over the top. So there's my prediction in the bin. That's fine. I wanted to believe into MUERTE one time. I thought they'd get something done with that high ground. Unfortunately not. Seiko once again taking shots over towards Gladiators. This guy is ruthless.
He's a Heat Seiko missile right now. Just precision. Gets the flash automatic. That is so brutal. For Gladiators to lose a player here. That ridgeline, if they move out to the east, is so powerful, but Seiko might even get ahead of them for it. That's the same position. Seiko had moved south already, by the way, on that engagement, and went back out to try and stab into Gladiators.
It's worked out. I mean, Gladiators now down to 3 players. Major Pride with 2 really good compounds controlled. Obviously not towards the center, but Monkey is providing that high ground support for them. Major Pride do lose effect, though. That's from Dagestan. Over on this side, again, they shouldn't be long for this world, though. You can see just how difficult it's going to be for them to move into the circle. And MADBULLS have to hope that they can take shots towards them as they move in. It will be a 3v4.
Oh,
Thanks for that.
Shifu immediately flushed. Monkey's position on that high ground will be so important for Major Pride moving forwards. If they can get those reses. Akashi has stayed unnoticed, right next to 2 players of Gladiators. And in fact, they're going to leave the position without even taking the fight with him. Just hiding out. I wonder how Akashi even got there. If there's a vehicle just remaining on the hillside, or... I'm not entirely sure. Seiko is still there for the backstab on the north side, but this south edge is still fraught with tension. Teams losing players left and right.
Dagestan. Over towards KONINA Power. If they can get further into the game by taking down another team, be ideal, but KONINA Power have some real good angles for themselves, protected by those rock faces. Major Pride still have to move off towards that west. Unicorns of Love have done nothing. Sat in this central position for a long, long while.
Oh.
In the ditch. This is placement points gain if ever I saw one.
Yeah, that crater is so devilish to defend. Those nades just find their way to you. It's a funnel for damage. Just pours into your team. Seiko moves up. 5 eliminations, this guy. Seiko bringing Shockwave up to 6. Meku quite low, actually, on the outside here. Needs to be careful. But Seiko finally dealt with. There it is. That's what you're looking for. Akashi hides out in the shack, stays alive, and Gladiators get a really good hillside position for this next zone.
10 eliminations, so over the past 2 games, already 23 points accrued purely off those elimination points alone. So they are really on a tear today. We see this sometimes come out from Gladiators where they just seem to wake up. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, looking to come into this game with a lot of eliminations total. MADBULLS surprisingly have managed to get out. And Akashi, yeah, still going strong.
How on earth are they not spotted him out yet? Maybe they know and they're just toying with him, but I think that's a little bit more danger than you're willing to play with. Boladoy down on the hillside. Zerich flushes that out. The MADBULLS have been fighting pretty strong on this south side. 7 eliminations. Flique going down earlier. So that team fight, the double pump from the auto shotgun. Just a little bit too much there. KONINA Power, 2 players. Gladiators spotted, and it's Unicorns of Love with an answer. Kitsune goes down, so Gladiators are on 2 at this point. Unicorns of Love finally eat a nade, but that will be Resible in their spot.
It's a smart play from Major Pride as well, because they just sit on this eastern side for a long, long while, and they know that all these teams, all they want to do if they're in their purview is get out towards this western side as much as possible. So they don't even have to clear teams because they know that they don't want to be anywhere near Major Pride. So they essentially have the entirety of this eastern edge to themselves. They've got players underneath and players up on high. It's a very nice setup for an end game. Unicorns of Love, like you said earlier, they had 0 eliminations up until about a minute ago, but as the circle starts to move further and further in, yeah, they are basically just a big basketball hoop which is deserving to be filled with grenades.
They definitely don't know Akashi's here. There's no way that Meku makes these moves and plays like this, knowing there's a player in that shack. Has a nade, you just put it through the window and immediately that's a knock and a flush. Coming through, Major Pride still moving in. Monkey's position was so valuable to them. They regrouped up towards it. And this is now the powerhouse position.
Only 1 elimination found so far for Major Pride. Coming up on Tixi with that UMP. Not a lot of ammo in this thing, though. But certainly can get a lot of work done. He's playing up close and personal. Very similar playstyle to what Major Pride were going for. But you wonder if they even assume the player is going to be this close, with Meku drawing a lot of that attention over towards the blue side. But Tixi has to make a move soon, provide some pressure to help his teammate out.
As soon as either of these 2 teams take shots, Unicorns put nades their way. It's the difficulty, and Gladiators are more aware of that threat than Major Pride, but you have to be wary, and you've got to know this position's dangerous. Major Pride not stepping too far forwards. They're not opening up their flank. They're playing it smart.
Yeah, playing it really safe. Anything that they can't see visibly, they're not going to push over towards. I mean, they could run over towards Tixi's position. It would give them a better spot, but they're already fairly central. They don't need to move from here. So Major Pride really setting themselves up for a nice little end game. Meku moves up to Akashi's shack.
Oh, he knows now. He heard him. He stepped back to the rock. This is huge. Akashi now up close and personal with Meku. Gladiators have been harried on the sidelines, and Akashi wins the duel. That is disaster for the Gladiators. They've just been picked apart from what was one of the strongest positions, and Major Pride now bear that mantle.
Yeah, I think if Matic had able to run around the front side of the rock, perhaps Tixi been able to help, but again, he has to stay with the belly to the ground. Unicorns of Love coming over the top side, find MADBULLS. 1 knock and a flush over towards Zerich. Starting to flow out.
Tixi might have full sideswipe here, but on the south side, Unicorns of Love, KONINA Power still going for it. KONINA Power, 2 players alive over this ridgeline. MADBULLS are taking a lot of damage as Game Lords do get flushed out of the fray. Beast takes a nade from KONINA Power. The duo looks to try and move on through. Tixi's finally stepping up, goes for 1, gets the flush as well. And there goes Tixi. Monkey gets that answer, and the Gladiators are out now. But Major Pride lose a player. Unicorns of Love haven't got the res just yet, and KONINA Power want to put more nades in.
There's a lot of players in this end zone. And there's only so many nades that these teams still have remaining, and Unicorns of Love might have just weathered the storms in terms of the storage supplies of a lot of these teams and what they brought with them to this stage and what they used to get towards this stage. Now this becomes almost a bit of a bastion. Akashi did have 6 grenades on him, I think maybe 7, so he would have been a massive resupply if anyone could have picked that one up. But Monkey going down now once again sees Unicorns of Love a little bit safer.
should be resable for Major Pride here. Nomi in position. Fash forward, spots Beast around the side, maybe.
Oh.
There's a player right in front of him, though, and they're sweeping on the leg going on because Noshi spots Fash, takes him out. Not before the knock onto Beast, and Unicorns of Love are just surviving a Gorzin. Tries to get the jump shot, but it's not going to be good. Major Pride now the only people to start to put these nades in. A lot of armor, a lot of health as well. They haven't really been in too many fights now, and the nades start to flow on over this ridge line. Unicorns of Love have got value for this position, though. The circle will push them out finally and into the sightlines of Major Pride, and it is, as it always should have been, a full spray down, and Unicorns fall. Major Pride take a chicken dinner. They were denied in the first game.
Yeah, really, really well played chicken dinner as well. I think Gladiators maybe could have done something better, but I do think the entirety of that western side was ruined by Seiko. I think we could have had a much more interesting finish. A lot of different teams actually challenging versus Major Pride, but if it wasn't for the Heat Seiko missiles, you so aptly put it there, John, who was just locking onto any target that he could find, we could have seen a very, very different western side of that map, with Major Pride having to maybe deal with a four-man team of Gladiators, which would have been a very, very different story.
Absolutely. That is such a difficult situation to play, and it felt like the Gladiators just got picked apart, but they still got huge value for the eliminations that they found that game. So a lot of points earned still, and they are still very much on form. Unfortunately for them, the northern side was a little bit too hot, but for Major Pride, they stayed cool, calm, and collected, and took home the chicken dinner.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to PMPL EU. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Max. It's this way. I keep forgetting that it's inverted, but one day I'll get used to it. But you know what's actually a really good thing today, Max? When we're looking at the points that the desk has gathered versus the points that the casters have, casters, you're bad. But that's okay. We're gonna jump into that later, but make sure you follow us on our socials just so you guys can stay up to date on what is going on and who is securing these great old W's. There's also a survey which you can fill out just to make sure that you give your opinion on what you think about the show, as we would really love to hear that. But Max, looking at the match ranking, it's exactly going to show us why we got our 6 points.
Because we picked Major Pride. We take the W, the casters take the L. I mean, it was such a strong position. Yeah, exactly. We're pretty much used to it right now, Ginny. But 17 points on the board for Major Pride on this match, and they had the center warehouse for at least 50% of this game. They didn't have to move. They had a lot of resources. They had cars to keep under their control too, which Monkey was using a lot of the time to gather extra information and to facilitate future rotations later on down the line, which made it a lot easier for them to transition from the warehouse to then the ridgeline north of their position. So yeah, Major Pride really had the big step up here in phase 3 already with this second game so far, and I expect it to keep on going. But Gladiators, the thing is, we saw it last game. Sure, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they get 13 elims game 1, 11 elims right now. Gladiators, they're all about those elimination points here.
Why are you screaming, Max? I can hear you twice, but maybe that's just my thing. But the thing is, when we're looking at Major Pride and how they executed these things, they had the cars, they had the position, and unlike Sly, they held on to it, which meant that they secured that chicken dinner. We're looking at Gladiators, again, a beautiful performance coming out from them. They are absolutely killing it. They're getting the elims down, they're getting the damage, they're getting the assist, but unfortunately, they're not getting the chicken dinner.
No chicken dinner. You know what? With the point system now, I'm fine with it, Ginny. I'm not going to lie, okay? Yeah. If you keep getting yourself double-digit eliminations every game and you're just barely missing on these chicken dinners, I'm cool with it. Debian's slick with it right now when it looks to Gladiators. And Matic, I think, got 5 elims this game. So like, I think you and Kalaris are saying like a glow up, and they glowed up significantly after phase 1. So they're looking great.
Wow. Yeah, we did say that. But
I was looking. Yeah.
But yeah, Gladiators stepping up to the plate, and you're absolutely right. With the point system, getting those elims on the board are absolutely crucial. Sure, you're not getting the placement point, but 6-4, that's perfectly fine. You're getting your double digits elims, you're getting your points on the board. You're getting what matters, because at the end of the day, with this consistency, eventually that chicken dinner is gonna just fall right in your lap.
It's gonna happen eventually. I mean, it could have been Gladiators' win here. No, if Seiko, well, it could have been Demuerte's game, should I say, if Seiko wasn't there. Like, he was an absolute pain in the sides of Demuerte. They couldn't quite make it, and then I mean, Gladiators, the thing is, they're very opportunistic. They see a very small window of time where they can turn a situation on its head and come out on top. They will strike at the opportune moment for them to get in the favorable position, which is what they did. Weird scuffle happening between MADBULLS and the side of KONINA Power. KONINA Power do come out on top eventually, but Unicorns of Love, they had that one dip they played this entire game, and I thought there's no way they're going to get the win. And as time went on, I realized a lot of people just didn't have nades anymore. But they do at least get this eliminations over on KONINA Power. But if they didn't have any nades, chances are this maybe could have been a Unicorns of Love chicken dinner without a water finish, which would have been insane.
Yeah, in a different universe, but that's not the universe that we live in today. Today, we live in Major Pride's universe, and they're the ones to have secured those chicken dinner. They're the ones to have secured the points. They're the ones that are currently still at the top. We're going to be looking at the match report as well very soon, and once we do, it's going to give us an even better insight in terms of how the teams have performed, how individuals have performed, and what we potentially can be expecting from the teams moving forward. I think today the expectations have been pretty much set when we're looking at the likes of Major Pride and Gladiators, especially when we're looking at Matic, again, this time around on the board, and it feels like consistently when you're looking at your Major Prides, you're looking at your MADBULLS, there's always, and your Gladiators, there's always going to be one of their players on these match report MVP stats.
Yeah, this is when you don't see Matic do the Matic special, the Matic Classic, as it's been actually rebranded recently. And if he stays alive into the late game, he's just going to be able to pop off, get all those extra limbs with this team. Like, it really feels like that team synergy is just so much more present in this second to third phase, and now they're just popping off. They're looking hyper aggressive, which is working great in this phase. So yeah, I'm not too scared. We have seen a little bit of potential there. We saw Malloy being the top damage dealer of this match, so I still want to see a little bit more. I haven't lost hope. Maybe it's just Copium at the end of the day that's speaking for me. I think that might be it, but I have still Copium. I'm leaning into it. Okay, I want to see Demuerte get a win.
Okay, you're not too scared, you're Max. I feel like I have to put that out there. But looking at the overall as well, because once again, it has been impacted by the fact that MADBULLS got themselves another whole boatload of points added to their already pretty impressive tally. They're now, they're sitting second with 25 for today. But Gladiators, I mean, no chicken dinners, but 31 points.
Yeah, 24 points on the elims. It's a bit spooky, I'm not going to lie.
How'd they do it? Okay.
They just shoot at people and they die and they pick up the points. That's how they do it. No real gamers
really
out there. It's Gladiators. Okay, people are questioning them like during phase 1 said, haha, Gladiators not doing anything.
And with people even yourself?
No. I was the people in the chat. I always believed, Ginny. How dare you? Okay. I know John especially has always believed in the boys, predicting them as much as he has.
Don't even get me started.
Yeah. Eliminations are working great for them so far. Dagestan up there, definitely happy with their performance. Unicorns of Love needed a resurgence. Sure, the circle was in their favor really heavily this previous match, but it gives them points that might just allow them to make into the finals. So this game might be their ticket to the finals here.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love gotta strap it in, get the seatbelt on, and just keep running at it, because we're seeing the aggression for every single one of these teams that has been showing up today. It's just aggression. It's the fact that you're running at other teams, you're running in their face, and you're getting those Olymp points on the board. Whether or not Unicorns of Love are going to be able to do it on our first Sanhok of this stage, we're going to find it out with Blank and John. John and Blank.
Blank is always happy when it comes to this point in the day, and I'll tell you why. Sanhok. Whoa, where have you going? What's going on? Where are you? You're swiveling all over the place.
Swiveling all over the place.
You better be ready to swivel all over Sanhok, because that's where we're going next.
So I knocked my light apparently, and then I've also knocked my monitor too. So everything's going wrong today. So you just got a sneak preview of the blank room, which is not blank, by the way. It has things in it. But yeah, heading over to Sanhok now, which also has lots of things in it, including lots of compounds and lots of open area, and a Paradise Resort, which is about to be filled with teams. I hope it is at least, because we have seen so many matches so far here on Sanhok, where Paradise Resort is just cram-packed.
Let's look at Sanhok and its inevitable future that is just over this next ridgeline. Gladiators currently sat at the top with 31 points after 2 banger games. Something that we've criticized them for over the past in Sanhok is maybe being a little bit slow to leave that northwestern island, and their decision-making on those river crossings sometimes leaves a little bit to be desired. Maybe they'll have found an adjustment to be had here. You can see most eliminations, they populate the entirety of that front page. Maybe they'll be looking for more. Matic on 10 already. Wow, okay. But they'll be hopefully looking to push a little bit more on their numbers on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, they're just filling the top players now, which is crazy stuff. But yeah, I mean, they usually make this rotation downwards towards the Confluence compound. They've been making mistakes recently where they'll head back up here to try and challenge out versus Shockwave, which hasn't worked out all that well before. So I think that this is something that they maybe need to change, because, like you said, they're slightly paranoid and won't move over here as quickly. I don't think this is much of a problem anymore though, because we do see VIRTUS.PRO playing this, and I don't think they're as much of a threat that Gladiators think that they possibly are. I think they can just be a little bit quicker. I think they're too heavily set on playing on this northern island at the moment, which doesn't really need to happen as much, unless we get a northwest circle, in which case we probably will, because this game just loves to spite me.
Oh.
Thank you. It loves me today, apparently. We're all good, down towards the southwest side. So for Gladiators, it's a real opportunity to take Sanhok into their own hands.
Yeah, that could be their chance to swing down their west coast. They do guard out MADBULLS quite a lot on that bridge, so they'll have to take their turn at trying to smash through that defense as they move on south. The question is always going to be when. When will they be able to find that one working out for them? And will it be too late when they make that decision? Goldie, close to Folly. And that's an easy light up there. Folly just looted those buildings for him. Team Doom can regroup, hopefully trying to stay together.
Yeah, Team Doom, not bad. First elimination over towards VIRTUS.PRO. I think that they found themselves a nice little elimination there. I think Team Doom, you know what? I will say one thing about this team. Even though they are quite low on the leaderboards, 8th place right now in phase 3. I don't know how long that will last though. I will say that they probably have some of the best information around the map. I think that they have so much knowledge of this group, of this tournament. It is unreal, because they seem to always know where the open spaces are. They know that when they head into these open spaces, where the other teams around them are going to be, because they've been forced out of their usual drop spots so many times. It's very amusing to see a team like this that really has to scavenge for areas on the map where teams aren't playing. Even though we don't have 4 teams playing right now in this lobby. We've got 14 teams. Team Doom still feel the need to steal spots around the map. It amuses me to no end, but you know, all power to them. If that's what they want to do, and that they want to spend the majority of their nights doing their homework, researching where people are playing, what they can try and find some eliminations here and there from, okay, bring it back, lads. I want to see a Phase 3 comeback coming through from Team Doom and dragging themselves out of the depths of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, starting at 11th and being dead last on the overalls, it's not great for Team Doom. But yeah, there's always potential. There's always that chance that they can jump up. It's not out of the question that they can score the points to get into the top 16 and get towards those finals. But them moving around and changing their drop spot very frequently, as you were highlighting there, Blanket, does force a lot of teams to play a little bit closer together as well. Yeah. So that you can't go for wide spreads because you never know if Team Doom are going to pop up on your doorstep.
They're pretty much a kill squad inside the lobby at the moment. Just dropping down. They don't even have parachutes. They're like drop shock troopers. Just hit the deck and get going. So you got to be very, very worried if you start hearing the clash and boom of teams hitting the floor, because you're getting an earful, maybe not of shouting at you, but more of the case of a barrel going off in your face. So we'll see what happens with Team Doom. Obviously, VIRTUS.PRO already taking their casualty from them, but coming down from boot camp, they've got a lot of teams to circumvent at this point in time. Gladiators heading over towards Camp Alpha, pretty standard rotation for them, and Shockwave towards Hatin. Again, this is a team that really has caused problems for Gladiators quite frequently, but I don't think that today is the day to mess with Gladiators, because they are on a real roll at the moment. So I will see exactly what happens when Shockwave tries to get involved, because Gladiators will be unwilling to let up any space today.
Yeah, and it's not like they've had easy circles as well, the Gladiators. They've just been fighting and fighting and fighting and winning almost every single time so far today. Shockwave might have spotted out Tixi, not entirely sure. They're certainly worried. Hop out for a second bike. Don't need to spend too long. They should have already looted mostly. I liked Game Lord's rotation, sort of changing tack a little bit. We saw them send down on what I would call probably the inverse MADBULLS rotation across the south of Painan and go into the compound just to the southwest of Painan.
Yeah, the reverse MADBULL, I like that a lot. Yeah, 100%. They do typically play that wide split over the trash drop just underneath Paris Resort, and have quite a few times been cut out by teams just spotting 1 or 2 of their players and causing a bit of mayhem on that side. So this rotation, which is real fast, real speedy, over that bridge down towards the south side, even ahead of KASIK team, who are over towards Kampong, they've got themselves into a fairly decent spot right now. But again, if there's anything to be said of those that last game that they played, John, I think for Gladiators, for Game Lord, sorry, do want to see something a little bit more. What's the word for it? Come on, this is the worst. I'm a commentator. I'm meant to know those words. You know, a bit more confident. That's what I'm looking for. Although this is just the epitome of confidence. Not sure what happened there, Fleek. Just cooking the nade a little bit too long.
Yeah, that's just a full-on mistake right there from Fleek. There's no 2 ways about it.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, just going to have to...
I mean, we both had the brain fart at the same time, so I'm okay. Fleek is a really good player too.
Are you playing right now? Are you?
I'm playing. I am Fleek.
You've been Fleek the whole time. Goodness, mate. That is powerful.
No, I'm okay with that. You know, Fleek can make some mistakes, so can I, because he is a real good player on the side of MADBULLS and has been really standing up tall for that team. And I think that, you know, towards the end of Phase 2, there's so much historical data points now we have. It's amazing. Towards the end of Phase 2 as well, I felt like the rest of the team has started to bring up the performance more to the standard of Fleek, getting themselves even a win over on that Sanhok. Circle sent us up quite nicely as well. This is a pretty pleasant circle for a lot of these teams over towards Painan. Major Pride, quite happy with this one. I think they're becoming a little bit of a difficult teams when it comes to those predictions as well for us, because they can play from almost anywhere on the map, and now that they're over towards Painan, they have a real strong spot to play from going forward.
Yeah, it's...
Can someone res Fleek, please? Or they're just letting him wallow?
He might be... I wonder if they're trying to keep the door open or something, because I think he was on top of a door and that nade went off. I'm not entirely sure. There they go. They're getting back up. Fleeke's back in. Is he moving?
Punished. Yeah,
he's moving. Seemingly, for now.
I like that he swung and looked at the camera as well.
I'm here.
I am moving, John. Come on.
Okay.
Believe me.
See, more evidence that you are Fleeke.
It's me. It's just me. I'm playing inside MADBULLS right now. At the same time, it's quite difficult. So that's why I commentate better on the.
I don't know if that's fair. I feel like.
Probably not. That's why I get away with all those little sneaky hideout points on Sanhok.
Yes.
It's the only way.
Must be.
We are joking, by the way. I'm not. I feel like.
I feel like you could be.
Yeah, it's all good. If you can see my hands right now, I don't have a phone in my hands, so it's all good. Shockwave moved down from Hatin, sidling past the guys of Gladiators, and again, this time they let them pass. This is a big change from what we've seen before. They have tried to hold them out on that northern side before, but instead Gladiators, and I think this is the smart move, you opt instead of trying to go too hard on that crash and too hard on holding down Shockwave. You both take decent spots in the circle and you compromise by letting Shockwave into the circle itself, but it means that you always have a route to move outwards. Shockwave can always take a fight of another team, but you can't always get back into the circle at the end of the day. So I like this from Gladiators. They do seem like a team that constantly learns from their mistakes, and it's great for viewers at home and us alike as commentators, because we get to see what decisions that they are making to change things up, to fix things, because I am not all-knowing and you know, super smart at the same time, so it's all good.
Hey, you got to be one or the other, right? You can't be super smart and all-knowing. That's not fair. You have to choose one or the other. ARR.
True. What if we were both, but you just pretended to be super smart?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. ARR on that Northwest Island still. I wonder if they're going to go for a botation here and try and move out towards the south, or are they going to push through behind Gladiators? Because it looks like they've left a rear guard to deal with this. So ARR have to make that choice now. Scanning the coastline for boats. I think, is that one just off over by the big rock?
I think most people swim this one. Most people swim this one, I think. They'll just jump in the water and get over towards the Tambang docks area, swim across, try and stay out of dodge. Because this is one of the rotations that if you get in a boat at this point in time, which you would most likely do from Lakawi and move all the way around, which Nexus might do at this point. But if you go for that, then it's very obvious where you're coming from, which place Gladiators can actually go for it. I do think that they're splitting themselves just a little bit, John, here, with sending 2 and 2. I don't think they need to go for this. I think that right now priority should be on, we can let these teams in, but we need to get towards a circle, which has moved over towards Painan, sorry.
Yeah, that's a really hard shift out to the east. Keeps Major Pride in a prime spot. ARR did go for vehicles. They're running straight on over. Gladiators will be aware of this now, and ARR are going to pit stop to heal. Coming out of the blue, they do need to be wary. This looks like this has been read by the Gladiators, who want to keep that harassment, that pressure pushing on backwards as they make their way in. I mean, to be fair, from that northwest side, there's very little competition moving towards Painan, so if they could just keep their backs clear, they have a good shot for these later circles.
Yeah, but again, we're going back into Gladiators' paranoia, because they are so worried. I mean, they were looking over towards Shockwave. Shockwave's already left. I think Shockwave made the right decision to head up towards boot camp, potentially try and pick up one of these compounds right on the edge side. Instead, Gladiators is once again preoccupied with holding out these rotations. I think at this point in time, Gladiators could move up towards the compounds that just sit outside that western bridge and then wait for AAR. But as you can see right now, they've waited so long that AAR's made them move mid-rotation of Gladiators. This nade could be very good from Tixi, but Kitsune already out the back and full broadside. That nade had to be good.
Matic hits the deck for a drop shot, but it looks like Kitsune is just a little bit too low to be rezzed up here unless they commit to it early. Ace is able to get the flush, and Nox still pouring through. Kitsune taken down. ARR absolutely taking Gladiators to task here on this rotation from that northwestern island. And the Gladiators stepped back. It was too far. They've overstepped their welcome.
Yeah, Gladiators, once again, they renegade against their own tactic, which I don't really enjoy. Tixi fully open here. If Aces had just kept the bullets going through for a little bit longer, Tixie most likely would have gone down. Has to invest a med kit, but in comes a Molotov from Becca. Really, really well done from AAR. Meku down, Matic probably last to fall very shortly. This was very, very well done. And I think at the end of the day, you look at this and it is very obvious what went wrong here.
Third party, star player, ARR, not out of it just yet. They have got SHOCKWAVE to worry about, who have been third-party specialists across the way. Matic Scene and MADBULLS are chiming in from the south. Nade over the top. I think that might have been a Molotov. Just to force people back. Still a little bit of healing to be done, but there's the nade. Matic falls. ARR, however, will not go unpunished. MADBULLS are in their way.
Yeah, MADBULLS get forward. This is what I'm talking about. This is the exact position that Gladiators could have picked up. MADBULLS weren't here as of yet. SHOCKWAVE, on the other hand, getting knocked out of the vehicles by Team Doom. Really, really good hold on their side. SHOCKWAVE will pass out. Circle moves over towards this eastern side, John.
Okay, all right. Unicorns of Love get a cut of it there. Dark Project on the coastline. KONINA Power's Hill is going to be strong.
Absolutely. A really nice ridgeline to play around with. Unicorns of Love playing it very safe, just like last game, looking for those placement points. They realize that they're right on the cusp, right? Game Lord moves in over towards VIRTUS.PRO, trying to clean out this team. They did lose a player very early on to Team Doom, so down to just 3, now just 2. And Robs with the DBS, a deadly opponent.
Around the side, Robs. Loses Narvalo at his side, but able to exact revenge. VIRTUS.PRO over the ridgeline, lose once more. And Purple, the last to fall. Now Narvalo can get rezzed. MADBULLS are yet to push in from that western side, but it looks like they might be mounting up. And with Narvalo getting rezzed, there's a potential for the MADBULLS to get ahead of this again.
Game Lord taking shots over towards MADBULLS, who, like you said, are getting ahead of the program. And Discrim's on the bike, and Fleek's there with the shots.
Immediately running him down, dogged in their pursuit. The MADBULLS charge and straight through the back ranks of the MUERTE. Unfortunate timing, could have probably caught 1 or 2 unawares of the MADBULLS rotation, but now they know there's snakes in the grass, and Fleek is up for the challenge. Tulika now needs to hold his own, but fortunately there, MADBULLS have, the MUERTE have found that sideswipe. Zerich have frozen, now need to roll him over, and Malloy now left last standing.
Zerich goes for a little bit more. Obviously to MUERTE, Happy J off the distance, starts to bleed out. Malai going down as well. MADBULLS do lose Fleek, as well as Tulika now, as Game Lords start to chime back in with 4 players of their own.
Zerich still just cowering for the bullets. Akashi down first. How is he still alive? Zerich is still going, finally put out of his misery. But Game Lord slowed, brought down to 2, and KASIK team have angles here. They are starting to light it up. A wide split from Dark Project in the meantime is under pressure from NEXUS.
Yeah, NEXUS, I think, have done a really good job here. I mean, they were kind of set back just a little bit by these 2 players, but I think that they get the bead, realize that Dark Project is just down to 2 now, and we'll go for the full send in. Latte taken down by Doran's nade. Great stuff from them. Should pick up 2 eliminations for the Troubles. 9 teams remaining, with Game Lord making a desperate attempt in towards the water. 2 players from Dark Project still going on that compound, but it will be only 2 players there. All these teams on the northern side sent out of the way, as this circle sent us down towards that south side now, John. KASIK team also in a good spot, but yeah, that river is real nasty.
This is NEXUS really in this massive compound. Major Pride, they thought about moving up the hill towards KONINA Power, but with the shift, they don't want to make it. A very split decision here on predictions. This was made on the last phase. I think before Dark Project had lost those 2, so Max, unfortunate on that. Unicorns of Love want to take the hillside.
Yeah, up against KONINA Power. Like you said, this hillside real strong for them. Honestly, it's a very, very good position to be playing in. Major Pride still have to make some tough decisions ahead of them. But with AR, just Elementrix as well, taking these shots, doing the damage, should go down towards the blue. But these nades, real problematic. The fact that Major Pride lose 2 players off the back of that is disgusting.
ARR have been massive problems this lobby. Won't go any further though. Elementrix finally dealt with. Dino Sure, he moves up this coastline, but he's only got that tiny little ridge to play with, and there's teams on that south side that will take them down at a moment's notice. Very difficult route ahead. Unicorns of Love want to challenge the top of this hill as KONINA Power seem to have their directions, their positions preoccupied. Finally, Agorazin spots the threat from behind, and now they can start to be on the swivel. Make sure they keep this ridgeline back suppressed. Unicorns of Love do not have the circle right now. Oboladoy goes down first and Fash soon to follow. Unicorns of Love are doing a lot of work here, and the nades pour in from SHOCKWAVE. Another one over the top. Beast launching them through as well. You've got to imagine these two players from KONINA Power are not going to last long here, Blank. And they will suffer egregiously. Agorazin not really getting the value from the position, not getting a knock there either. Noshi still forced to move downhill, and there's more players for them to worry about, sure. But the flushes are coming thick and fast, and Palucci goes down next.
Noshi from Unicorns of Love doing really good work, actually. Unicorns might just find themselves a chicken dinner off the back of this game. Nexus with 3, though. I really want to see them take this home. They've got a fantastic compound to play around with, good sight lines around them. Unicorns of Love quite unhealthy right now. Dark Project still might be able to finish out this game quite cleanly, but they have to play their cards right ahead of them.
Malloy's been a solo for a while now. Ingush seems to know it. 5 bullets in the mag, and not even going to be able to get those out. It's a nice swing from Malloy, keeps him alive. 4 first aids and a little bit of a resupply there to keep him alive, but will need to cross the river in the very near future. With those shots, people will be aware of the players to the south. Keme not under pressure just yet from Wait. Doesn't have the lineup, doesn't have the instant knock, and you don't want to give yourself away with Unicorns of Love just above you on the hill.
Unicorns of Love, I think, have suffered quite a lot there, but it seems like they've still got quite a bit of decent utility on board. This is just unfortunate for this scrim. There's been a lot of late rotations coming through. Weight goes down to some shots coming through from Unicorns of Love. Now just Madness still remaining. Nexus taking shots. That's Keme. Could this be the first chicken dinner we see from Nexus in a long time?
It would be quite something. I mean, they had 3 in phase 1, and then they were denied entirety of phase 2. So trying to bring this one back would be great news for their fans. Malloy goes down, and now it's everyone on the north side. Madness, the last from Dark Project, and 4 of the Unicorns bearing down upon him. Will it be able to bear the brunt? I mean, Beast really isn't in a position to get an off angle in the close range position with the DBSs. Pretty difficult to handle. 1 and 2 fall. There's only 1 behind the rock, and Madness needs to get on the swivel. Needs to get the challenge onto Noshi, and he managed to make it work. Madness has spoiled the day completely for Unicorns of Love, and it's Nexus all the way now. They know where Beast is, seemingly. Certainly with those shots they will, and with 3 players they can control the zone. A massive frag out from Madness, and he spoils the Unicorns' position completely. Across the hillside, they were ready to roll, but it is Nexus to calm things down from the compound they push out. And what a way to close it down. The DBS brutal on the hillsides of Sanhok.
It's been a long time coming for Nexus here as well, and they'll be really pleased with this result. They've been testing a lot of different things out recently, and finally it comes to pass. Real difficult game for a lot of those teams, man, as well. And a few mistakes been thrown in here and there. I think Major Pride had a lot of time to make a decision to move out from that compound and pick up something over towards that eastern side. Rotating across that riverbed, very difficult. Leaves you open to a lot of things, especially with that river still being intact. It was basically just Striker who took down the entirety of the team all by himself. But yeah, I'm super happy for Nexus there. But again, Unicorns of Love, another big fumble, and this seems to be a reoccurring trend from them.
I mean, it was a 1v3, right? You feel like you just can't lose those. A little bit of a third party from Nexus, sure, to put the player under suppression behind that little rock, but what a play from Madness to be able to do so much in that situation under that pressure. Unfortunately, it was not enough to keep them going forwards. That honor goes to Nexus, who once more have found themselves a chicken dinner.
Welcome back. PMPL EU Stage 3 is in full swing. We've now had Sanhok behind us, and Nexus were the ones to secure that chicken dinner. I'm Ginny, this is Max, and by the looks of it, I mean, you expected Nexus to be getting this win, but we haven't really seen them show up in a very long time.
Yeah, as Blank said, it's been a long time that we've been waiting to see a chicken dinner like this happen their way. They tend to sometimes fumble at the finish line, but here they actually secure the chicken dinner, which from the very early stages of the game, I was not sure. By the way, congrats on your prediction. Very good job, Ginny. Oh wow, fantastic. Desk boys win again. But Nexus were super slow on the rotation, and we saw Phase 1 Circle being so heavily centered on the southern western island. I was thinking, there's no way Nexus are going to do anything this game because they're so slow to rotate. These circles have been insane on Sanhok. It went back to the mainland after it was centered on Phase 1 on the southwestern island. It was rough for all the teams, except for one. And that was Nexus, and they just held on to the west.
They did. They get 6 limbs on it as well. I mean, Unicorns of Love, as much as Blank did kind of mention it was a bit of a fumble in terms of not getting that chicken dinner, they still get themselves 11 points on the board, 5 limbs and 6 placement points. This is the best performance we've seen from them in a very, very long time here at PMPL EU. So I'm very happy to see that they're climbing up the board. I know they're one of the teams as well, Max, that you've been highlighting earlier today. And let's be honest, in a lot of the other stages, stage 1 and 2 that is, considering that a little lackluster in terms of what we might be expecting from them coming into this. Major Pride themselves managed to get 1 placement point and 4 limbs. A little bit of a slower game from their end this time around, but still, that's the consistency from Major Pride. There's always going to be a point on the board.
Exactly 5 points. You know what? That's kind of like the lowest results we see from Major Pride throughout Phase 2 and now this third phase, right? So if a bad game for them is 5 points, which for some teams is like, sometimes their best games is like 5 points, which is a little bit rough, but that's just how Major Pride just keeps getting some eliminations in pretty much every single time. And look, I mean, looking at the top damage dealers of this game, MADBULLS have been trying to sweep over on the western side, as they tend to do. This is their home turf. They drop on the southern western island. Then, as we said, it went back to the mainland, having to cross that river. That was going to be a death sentence for like pretty much all of the teams, so I'm not too surprised. But yeah, Dark Product, though, I predicted them, and I'm disappointed, Ginny, because I really thought they would be able to pull off a chicken dinner. That a central compound, teams are going to go downhill, across the river, towards their positions. Like, just hold on to it. It's perfect. And then they go for this weird 2-2 split, send 2 players towards Nexus and lose them instantly. I think there's a world where this is a Dark Product win, but they just throw it away and lose 2 players for no reason at all. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but at least they get a few points, I guess. Yeah,
maybe in an alternate universe that would have been the case, but all in all, as we're expecting from Sanhok, it's a bit of a bloodbath, really. I mean, you're getting players from every single angle, and all in all, a great performance that we've seen from MADBULLS. Unfortunately, not great enough for them to hold on some of these placement points. MUERTE waking up a little bit as well, but once again, not enough.
Not enough. Though we did see at the start, though, I think Gladiators are so used to not having any teams backfill on trifecta rotation that they were just not ready for ARR to go for the backstab play. And respect to ARR, because I think they saw that maybe during some VOD reviews or something and saw like, oh, this is a good opportunity. They just never check their back. And we have an opportunity here to get like 2, 3, maybe even a squad wipe relatively quickly. So sure, ARR do go out early in the game, but they pick up a few eliminations, eliminate Gladiators towards the top, so that's always nice to see. But as we said, this river cross, especially with where Major Pride were in Painan, chances are things are not going to work out for you. So teams tried to make things stick. They were like, okay, though Madness, how on God's earth does he get this second elim and then the third one while English is continuously spraying down on him? I don't get it. I don't know how that happens in 1,000 years, but Madness somehow gets 3 easy points for his team. So, good job.
Madness from Madness.
Yes, it's good job.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Anyway, he's just built diff. That's all I'm going to say. That was a great performance from Madness, individual performance coming out. But let's have a look as well at the top damage in terms of the players. And of course, he has to be there.
And now this makes me even more angry, Ginny, because I'm like, imagine if they were full team in that bloody position. This chicken dinner. There you go. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. But no, Madness sure gets a 1v3 clutch that he should not get in 1,000 years. good job to him. Though, in terminals, able to get himself a nice job of a 380-meter shot. That's always good to see. But I'm intrigued, actually, for the side of Nexus, because this game was with Kapahala, Doran, Keme, and Octavian. They got a chicken dinner without EXO playing, which he's been like this new star that's been created for the team throughout Phase 2. So, no, good on the team for taking a chicken dinner when EXO is not playing. It shows that this sub-rotation, to some extent, is working, even when EXO's not here.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing as well, because we do have a couple of games left. We have 2 more left today. So in terms of the expectations that have been set, I'm very impressed by some of the teams that have been showing up today. And we're going to be starting off with an overall ranking of Stage 3. Your Major Prides and your Gladiators on top. I think this is something to be expected. But you know what? I have not seen Unicorns of Love in like the first rotation for a very long time, if at all.
Okay, so I had a point I wanted to make earlier, then we went to another graphic, didn't have time. But Unicorns of Love, I'm looking at these past 2 games, which you could say were given to them. This one was a little bit harder for them to get himself in that position, but like Miramar game gives them a lot of really important points for them. I'm thinking today, you might be looking back on today after this Phase 3 ends, and you might say, okay, today was the day they actually get their ticket into the finals. Because towards the top, you're not seeing anything from your KASIK team. You're not seeing anything from Team Doom. You're not seeing anything from your VIRTUS.PROs. There's so many teams at the bottom that are just so stagnant while Unicorns of Love are getting these points. I think this might be enough to push them in a more comfortable position on the second page, to the point where they could even have a horrendous third phase and they might still make it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is still a great position to be in. But we're looking at the MUERTE instead, and they have a couple of limb points. They have like couple of placement points, but brings the question of how long is this kind of slumber going to continue. It felt like back in Stage 2 as well. From the MUERTE side of things, it wasn't as strong as a precedent as they've set in Stage 1. And I guess that's a classic case of suffering from success. You know, you're building up expectations, you're building up hypes, and it's a little difficult to continuously beat that. But we have Monster, who's making sure that we are beating the lack of energy, because we have 2 more maps, as I said earlier. So thank you for that. And we also, surprise, have casters that are going to be walking you through the action of the 4th map of today, and that is Blank, his 3 teddy bears, and John.
I mean, I'm always surprised that they keep having us back as well. It's I don't know how it keeps happening, but you know what? I'm a fan. I'll keep coming as long as they keep inviting me. Erangel, almost 20 seconds away, as you can see on the timer. We're going to be jumping in for another dose of the grassy pastures. I know you love it.
Stop it now. Cease. Yeah, another dose of...
Sorry, I have to say it right. The grassy pastures. There you go.
You tried. It's okay. Don't worry about it. The Kalaris really hits that one on the head, but it's fine. We're heading over towards Erangel now. We're at the crates on our screen at the moment. But yeah, I think that there was a lot of conversations to be had about that Sanhok, and it was very interesting just looking at how some of these teams' playstyles have evolved and how continue to play out. I mean, Maxman being a very, very good multitasker. We were having a conversation whilst he was doing some excellent analysis over on the desk about Dark Project, who honestly, they are very greedy, and they've done this a lot in the past with their 2-2 splits. And I think that they're getting some false positives from some of their games where they take these 2-2 splits, they work out, they get themselves a chicken dinner, and they try and incorporate it on other maps. It doesn't work out. I think particularly on Sanhok, when you get to around about Phase 5 and Phase 6, you have a dominant compound within the circle. Commit to one of them as a 4. It is a massive luxury to have 4 players at that stage of the game. And if you're not using it to your best advantage and setting them all up in one place, like for instance, the players over towards Nexus, I think it was Madness, they found an initial knock over towards them. If they had all 4 players there, that would have been an easy squad wipe, and they would have easily cleaned up the rest of the game. So it is interesting how these things play down, and I think Dark Project splits are good. They provide a lot of information, but I don't think they're as necessary towards that end game where they've already picked up some really good spots within the circle.
A little bit too greedy there for Dark Project. Unfortunately for them. Well, to be fair, Madness still popping off, and going to be something the Unicorns are going to be thinking out for a while. But yeah, you're right, just a little bit too split. And I mean, speaking of greed, the Gladiators as well, similarly turning around in that last game and sort of going, I would say, greedily to re-engage on a decision that they'd already made to leave. Seems to be their downfall on that situation. So maybe on Sanhok, teams are just getting a little bit too greedy and being punished.
Yeah, I think that there's something to be said there as well, that some teams it is greed, and I think for Gladiators it maybe isn't that for them. I think that they just have so many scenarios that they're playing out inside their head. They're committing to some of them and then coming back on another one and then trying to play out a different one. And I think that they just need to think about one singular tactic and then just go for that one. If they wanted to hold out AAR, they could have had a much better holdout, much closer with all 4 players. And if they wanted to head over towards some of those compounds in front and maybe play the same tack that we saw MADBULLS incorporate, which is up on the hillside, holding out from within the zone, they should have gone for that one. Instead, they went for something in between, which was neither, which was far, far worse. So it is interesting, and I think that we're seeing Gladiators perform very well on Miramar and as well as Erangel here, because they've sort of figured out how they want to play these matches out now, and they have very set plays that seem to work each and every time, and that's fine. So when Gladiators have a plan in mind and they're able to execute upon it, it works perfectly. But I think Sanhok at the moment, you have to make so many split decisions that you can't always have the perfect plan that's going to work each and every time. And you can see them trying to make the same rotation from Sanhok, and I just don't think that is the way that map should be played, especially with this kind of lobby, which does have a lot of teams that are able to play on the fly. I mean, AAR is a real good example of that, who is in fact the team that was able to kind of ruin their game off the back of that one.
Yeah, it's all sort of a little bit more, I would say, intense on Sanhok. I mean, we speak about things like Sanhok numbers where a lot of teams get a lot of damage in. There is just a lot more going on there, and you do need to be quick with the decisions, quick at getting those calls out, and quick at making the right plays work for you, even if it means adapting on the fly.
Exactly, you've got to be a little bit fluid, and some of the teams you see find the most success on that map. I know we're on Erangel right now, but it kind of pays here on Erangel too. But the teams that find the most success at the moment within these lobbies, and particularly Sanhok, are the teams that are not afraid to make dangerous plays and then trust that they're able to execute upon that. I mean, Dark Project are sending in towards the center, and that might result in them fighting out a team in a 4v4, and they're okay with that. If they go down to 3 players, they have a strong position within the center, they can still win from that spot, and if they come out on top with 4 players still alive, that's a chicken dinner right there. And I think that's something that Gladiators need to maybe improve on slightly, which is just a case of not everything has to be perfect towards that end game. Not everything has to be perfect.
I mean, to be fair, in their games that we saw at the start today, I mean, they're still in first place right now overall, right? They have made those sort of strong decisions. They've made those calls to go for those third parties. So they definitely are capable, and we want to see that more on Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this is when we see Gladiators do the best, is when they're not afraid to make some mistakes, with the long run being for the better. So I think that right now Gladiators need to continue on that same kind of streak. They were playing this match though, so we've harped on a lot about them at the moment, so we'll come away for a little while because we don't have some of our more prominent teams up towards that top side, with Gladiators and Major Pride no longer playing in this match. So I would still say that right now it is a little bit contested who I would say like the next best team currently is, because I think all of them have different playstyles which very much target that idea of how do we get as many points as possible with the least effort as possible. I think AAR is probably one of the teams, alongside with Dark Project, who really try and push those games as far as they can with eliminations as well as placement points and picking up those strong positions. But there's teams like Excuse Me who try and play it on these outer edges in the middle of nowhere where they don't think teams are going to come from, wait for the third parties to come through and then capitalize off the back of that. You've got teams like KONINA Power who do something similar to that kind of play style, and MADBULLS who are quietly consistent at the moment. 18 points in 6th place. Nothing too terrible, but nothing amazing so far over the last 3 matches. Off to this 4th match though, very central in Rozhok. This could be a good game here for MADBULLS.
I mean, if you extrapolate their current scoreline as 18 points over 2 matches, it's 9 points a game. You get up to 27 on the 3 that teams like Gladiators, Major Pride, and Unicorns have already had and are not playing in this game. That would put them up at 27, to Gladiators 31, to Major Pride's 30. It's very directly comparable to these two teams who are sat right at the top right now. So MADBULLS, as you say, consistently, not only consistent, but strong in their consistency, right? They have got that power. They're not only that, they're in that central Rozhok, so good news for them this time around. Want more from Game Lord, though?
Yeah, 100%. I think they've been making some good moves today. But again, not winning out these team fights has been a bit awkward for them. Getting themselves stuck in some weird positions with Victor being left behind there on Miramar, which ultimately led to their demise versus MUERTE, where they had to make that hard decision of, right, we just have to go down and help him, in which case MUERTE was very ready to respond to that. But yeah, Game Lord, I think playing from Yasnaya, it's a real strong spot. The fact they have Yasnaya all to themselves as well is kind of a rarity, and one that should be used to the best advantage. I mean, some of the best teams in the world, like Vampire Esports, play towards Yasnaya, and a lot of times when they have that to themselves, they find so much success on Erangel. So Game Lord kind of needs to leverage this fact that, you know, they have a huge portion of the map all to themselves.
Avalanche swinging out the east side, and MUERTE close by. First drop going to be coming just cutting over that sort of northeast section of this next zone. MUERTE not pulling up just yet onto Avalanche, but it looks like Avalanche want the fight a little bit. More central, however, Game Lord find a spot against Sly Europe, who are the current top holders, the top position team in this game, as the Shrinker goes very central once more.
Yeah, over towards Rozhok again. Avalanche currently battling off against MUERTE. Malloy very low, and Discrim takes a huge amount of damage. Happy J at least gets himself a refrag, but that's about it.
Ditati a little bit removed from the engagement, and a nade through finds Malloy. MUERTE down to 2 now, and they're all on the outside. Not too sure what he was trying to achieve there by crawling up and in, but it's not going to be good. Discrim was upstairs, I believe, on CJ's building. Yep, there he is. They're going to leave that one, just try and recommit to going for Ditati. Most likely this flush comes through just by waiting it out. So excellent position now for Avalanche against MUERTE, but they get shifted away from. They'll have to move all the way out to the west flank.
Yeah, I think that for MUERTE, it's kind of been like Takeshi's Castle for them. They got through the first couple of stages very, very well, but now they've hit the oil slick slope and they are slowly sliding down. A team that used to be able to comfortably defeat Nexus on this rotation now can't even deal with Avalanche. I think that this is a really good, well, not a really good one, but quite a bad sign of MUERTE's current performance within the tournament. Going over through to finals, it does not really fill you with confidence if you're a fan of this team. But I do think that there's still chance, there's still hope, but right now it's really not looking good.
No, it's far from the team that we saw in Phase 1, and they are just not here, a ghost of their former performance right now. Dark Project, 3 players alive. Ivaneska sailing on in to back up Latte. Aces is down, and Becker and Tapok don't want to push forwards until that's regrouped. Elementrix out the back there, repositioning and potentially getting a pretty decent off angle. All 3 of the Dark Project are here. The res did come through over into Aces, and Tapok has that nade nicely placed by Latte, and immediately a re-knock over towards 1 and getting a second knock as well over towards the outside position of Beck. Tapok falls, and now it's just Elementrix needing to ride in strong to save the rest of ARR, but they might just fall short against Dark Project as Latte looks to heal up Ivaneska.
Madness finds Aces, and Elementrix still moving through. Latte hit them with the double espresso there. The nade really blooming nicely. The question is, can Elementrix use that caffeine to his advantage and try and take it to the next level? Moves around the side with DBS, tries to finish it off, finds the first knock, looks for a little bit more, expects the flank.
Goes for the spray, turns to the DBS again. Ivaneska going low, but Latte tamps him down, and he will be flattened out. ARR will be sent back down, and they'll have another chance next game, but not ideal to go out this early.
Yeah, I mean, for Dark Project, things got real dicey there for a second. Tapok being the clutch maestro himself, to MUERTE, Happy J, and Milky Way, last remaining players for this team. Do find one player from Dagestan, and that nade through the window might just clip him.
Happy J jumps out the window towards the buggy. The shift came through and it keeps the river in. Blank teams north of the river, few and far between. Currently only Shockwave. Gamelord look like they want to make that move as well as Avalanche. Gamelord will step foot over the Yasnaya Bridge first. So 2 teams now make it to that northern shore. Team Doom also likely to be swinging in from Stalba. They kept themselves out of it for now and they'll see what they can find later on.
So MUERTE tries to send center down towards this coastal side. It's a decent position to be in, but you got to get there first. Sly Europe currently have that compound over towards the northern side. A nice defensible one at that. Over towards the north, like you said, there wasn't a lot of teams, just Shockwave, but now Gamelord have moved across. Avalanche over towards the eastern side on that bridge that crosses from Yasnaya. Team Doom field a couple of members there, so a little bit of a split decision in terms of where this circle's going to head up, but Avalanche currently will be holding out any team now that wants to head over towards that western bridge of Yasnaya.
Furia flushed, KASIK team getting the res on the northwest point warehouse of Rozhok. Excuse me. Trying to find shelter underneath. In the rest of the town, Gamelord most likely next to come into conflict here if Shockwave move further south.
Shockwave might want to start setting themselves up towards the sandbags, looking down towards Rozhok's side. The Gamelord already there first with a quick rotation from Yaz itself. It's decent stuff. I mean, Gamelord have spent a lot of this game just kind of moseying around a little bit. Well, that's okay. Get themselves into a good position now. MADBULLS, who started in Rozhok, have moved further out towards that eastern side, towards a compound that overlooks to MUERTE's. 2 players currently playing underneath the bridge, who did make themselves fairly safe, at least until the end game, where teams start to have to crunch in towards that area.
Gamelord will be making these fast, solid rotations. We saw it from them on Sanhok, where they made a good heads-up call to rotate to a compound across that river. Unfortunately, the shift obviously did go back to the northeast side of that river on Sanhok, but this time around, they get onto that northern side very quickly, ahead of Avalanche. Now, Avalanche are going to have to deal with Team Doom, whereas Gamelord have prime position.
Yeah, I think Avalanche was trying to hold out any team that moved through that eastern side, and obviously that has limited their movement over towards the west and really has affected them badly here as they take a knock and a flush. Circle moves up towards that northern side. Now Shockwave and Gamelord both in real nice spots.
Oh, Avalanche down. Team Doom will be able to pick up the pieces. You're right, though. That shift is massive. Nexus probably looking to third party here onto Team Doom, and Kapahala finds one through the windows. Zeus looking to res to keep them alive for now. Gamelord are also peeping through as Doran rolls up, closely followed by Keme. Zeus and Goldie, the 2 players active right now and alive for Team Doom. Zeus is closer as Keme jumps out wide, gets that DBS pump through, and Goldie now the last standing. Gamelord look to guard both of these teams out in the meantime, but are they over-investing in putting pressure on this northeast side as teams move across the river from the south?
I mean, if they can clear this out, then they know that this eastern portion is a really nice area for them to have a little bit of rotate round. Terminus, though, sends out from Shockwave up towards the north to get a better view of what's going on, and Octavian taking down Robs is real bad news for them.
Really not great. That is central on their line right now for Gamelord, so they can regroup Akashi back in, who would need to move anyway. Seiko will no longer be on that infrared. Just has to wait for a teammate to come back and pick him up. Nexus wants to roll over the hill, and Robs is just going to be abandoned here. Gamelord send out a little bit too far and get bitten for it.
It should have been a pretty easy dealing with these teams. A nice little lineup on the ridge side too, but Robs just peeks out a bit too much, isn't able to hold on. Has a massive split from Gamelord as well. So that should have been a lot better than it was. I think Nexus just feeling quite hot with it today. Find a beautiful shot towards Robs, capitalize off the back of that, clean up their fight with Team Doom. Really nicely done, and now they have great control over this eastern edge, but MADBULLS move across this bridge as MUERTE heads further in towards Rozhok itself, and it looks like MADBULLS want to break out now. They do have Nexus in their way, sights towards them too.
MADBULLS have moved north. Sly Europe also now have control of the Rozhok bridge. It's not the easiest crossing, but Shockwave weren't able to slow it down, and obviously Gamelord were busy. Now having regrouped, they have a little bit less control, and Sly Europe have a further north position. MADBULLS out on the east side though. Look at a sweep past Nexus, but Nexus have retreated up north.
Yeah, for Shockwave at the moment, I don't mind what they're doing, which is staying pretty much out of the action, but in favor of a really nice compound up towards the northern side, which gives them a lot of strength on these sandbags. So for Shockwave, if the circle moves further north, they're set for the end game. But if it moves down towards the south, it's not a big deal leaving this spot because there's basically nowhere else to move into a compound, so they just have to find an area down towards the south and fight it out anyway, rather than trying to battle out for this compound if it does move north again. So I think Shockwave is just trying to put their eggs in the right baskets at the moment, which I don't mind at all. For all these teams towards Rozhok, though, I think there's only been 1 or 2 teams that remain off the back of this one, with a lot of teams still having to move up. And excuse me, trying to play on the edge this time, out of the way, has not worked out for them whatsoever because they are forced into a fighting position.
They really are. Goodness me, yeah, 4 teams still in Rozhok. They'll be happy about that now, though. Oh my goodness me. Sly Europe probably going to have a pretty good time of it here. All those teams up on the north are going to have to figure out how to cross, and they hold one of those major spots.
Maybe, but I mean, they did leave a compound that looked directly down to this position anyway. In the favor of being able to cross the bridge up towards the north side, it did reduce their overall strength of their position, but gave them options going forward. But they were kind of locked into this spot now. 3 players still alive was the Sheeper. Jumping into the water and Reflect going down. Awkward stuff here, John.
Victor has that cheeky little angle there. MADBULLS ascending in a little bit south, and they will recross over to the eastern bridge and actually flood in behind Dagestan towards Rozhok. So MADBULLS very mobile on their river crossings right now. Dagestan will have to fend them off. Dark Project mounting up, maybe looking to push past Shockwave, but Nexus are regrouping up north. It looks like they want to just get that straight shot through. MADBULLS are laying siege to the Dagestan position. With 3 players alive, Dagestan do not have the numbers to hold this off, and Tulika goes 1-for-1 with Limbo Boom on Nox. Shifu, the only player on the upstairs. Zerch is spotted and flushed immediately. Zadira doing work for the roster to keep them alive, and will be able to find more as well. Absolutely harrying and hampering the MADBULLS' progress as much as possible as his teammates start to fall. Frozen looking for an answer here. Zadira trying to find Limbo Boom, but there's the burn and pushes Frozen back once more. A little bit too hot to handle, and Limbo Boom crawls out through it all.
Yeah, Zadira, though, getting shut out by VIRTUS.PRO in the end. MADBULLS stay alive with 3, but able to get a position on the south side is a real big blessing. Obviously, these teams down towards the south side should be able to stay alive for a long, long while. Dark Project decided to head up towards the north edge jump. I'm really wondering what the guys on the desk have actually gone for their predictions-wise. But Shockwave still pushing through right now. Look down towards Dark Project as Latte takes a lot of shots on the front bumper.
Zone crunching all of these northwestern teams. Dark Project taking a knock over towards Madness. KASIK from that south side having a tough time of it. Keme with the DBS through the smoke. Such a good position as all 3 of these teams bring their fights to a head. Dark Project wading on in, trying to play from this northwestern side, but they're just getting pushed back. Nobody is doing well here. Shockwave trying to survive, but they're just down to Snowix. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Not Valo even coming in to chime through on this engagement. And this is just a bloodbath here on the northern shores.
Shockwave going to try and salvage what they can from this one, but the smoke should be dissipating soon, and I think Gamelord still have eyes on. Maybe getting 3 players back up for Shockwave. Unlikely, though, at this rate.
Very, very difficult stuff on this northwestern side. Navalo picked up by Akashi, regrouped as the circle shifts back south. I don't think anybody expected it to come back south as the predictions come through here. KASIK on the south shore, excuse me, on that south shore as well. SHOCKWAVE and NEXUS. Looking a little bit difficult to find this one for SHOCKWAVE.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I kind of expected them to try and fight out for the bridge. But this was a crazy fight between 3 separate teams, with GameLord getting involved as well. It's interesting stuff.
Dark Project, 2 players. Latte and even eagar. They're pretty strong though. They're pretty strong players. They probably can do a little bit from this side, but as soon as they have to get down, it's really going to be difficult for them to do anything moving forwards. I'm wondering what GameLord are going to choose as their path in as well.
GameLord, I think they're going to struggle, honestly. They've capitalized off the back of a lot of third parties on that edge, picking up a few eliminations for themselves. Dark Project sent over the bridge. Not quite, though. Tries to grind it on the side like it was a skateboard.
Mandarin with the down shots towards Dark Project. Needs to be careful from KASIK team. Can't step too far forwards, and Dark Project really relying on that. Even eagar right now is just hiding out in the vehicle. Hopefully only Latte there, and I don't know who won that trade there. Latte does go down. Okay, MADBULLS are onto the shoreline after leaving the building they held against Dagestan. Akashi gets knocked, and the rest of GameLord are still in the drink as well. Sly Europe can't poke out because they know they'll just get shut down almost immediately.
Reflect tries to find out where that player is, allowing Mandarin to send the bullets through. He has nades, but got to be careful because Reflect's there too. Has to send it over the top side. MADBULLS start to make their approach over towards this location. It's looking pretty strong for themselves as well. Can lock all these players down.
Reflect drops down off the rafters and spotted out just as Sheepa left, and the pressure mounting from MADBULLS, who have been sweeping along this coastline. They want to clear out this bridge, don't want the backstab. Mandarin is there on the far side and still in the zone, so absolutely still has a shout into this. GameLord, they're swimming around. Just the one player now remains standing, and Reflect gets flushed by KASIK on the crossfire.
It's a Sheepa. Nade. Could be good, though. If actually cooks that long enough, gets a good amount of damage, but Chulika sends a nasty one back his way. Mandarin still on these panels. I think Fleek has a pretty good idea of where he's playing. Next circle, soon to pop on 7. I wonder where it's going to head up. Might be quite central, in which case, excuse me, should just about still be in. Off Haze takes a lot of damage, and right now, MADBULLS are taking names.
Off Haze goes down to a cheeky little step up and spray from Frozen. And use that many bullets either. Gets the flush. Quickly handled there. VIRTUS.PRO lose another. Narvalo re-knocked there, and Victor now last standing. And a shift out towards this bridge side fray. And none of these teams are under massive amounts of pressure just yet.
Not really. I think Excuse Me is going to suffer just a little bit, considering the next circle will push them in quite immediately. Snowick's still alive for SHOCKWAVE, all the way on this coastal side, living this one out. Excuse Me, taking shots over towards KASIK team. Both these teams will struggle as they will be taking shots at one another, but MADBULLS are really doing well from this eastern side. Mandarin and Sheepa still just trying to live this one out versus the MADBULLS, who had a very tough time. Moved up towards the north side, moved back down again, forced their way in. It was really, really well played. For MADBULLS losing one player, that was the cost that it took to get into this position, but now they're really making it work.
Over in Rozhok, positions are being jostled for as well, as Excuse Me and KASIK play on the west side of this circle. Sly Europe still playing with 2, and I think their northern side of the bridge is still in, so they have a lot of cover to play with. Striker trying to scout out now, get a little bit more ground for KASIK and play up on this ridge. No one can be on this north shore anymore. They should be certain of that. So this ridgeline, this plateau is fairly safe as long as they control that exit from the warehouse that Unicorn is taking care of.
Snowick dives into the water, realizing this position is being scouted now. He's going to suffer just a little bit. Might have to take some drip damage. 7 grenades as well. Kaz has got an idea of what's going on. Tries to clear out the rocks, though. That's smart. Zashipa trying to dodge backwards and forwards, and Sanhok's getting further and closer towards that position. It's a survival game for him.
That looks pretty good, but just trying to survive. Mandarin. His position's getting a little bit safer as KASIK has to move through. KASIK spotted as well. As soon as KASIK are closer in, this position does get a lot more valuable for Mandarin.
Absolutely. I mean, he's still in the circle, right? Next circle could head down towards Rozhok once again. It does. With KASIK with a very strong spot now. Excuse me, probably wanting to take the fight to them, and KASIK dropping down as much smokes as possible, eliminating sight lines and just controlling over on this ridge. And now it really is just a full-on brawl between a lot of these teams over towards that coastal side to see who comes out on top. The challenge versus KASIK team, but what a shot, yeah.
Get him to the haberdashers. He's going to leave Tulika wondering what on earth just happened. Position, I mean, it's still very known, but the blue zone is there. Will close in 10 seconds, so has to make that swim. But that is an excellent opening for Zashipa to start to leverage control here. Snowix is still in the mix, but with that nade from Striker, yeah, okay. The KASIK knew something was up there. MADBULLS playing on with 2.
Great nade there from Striker. Sails through the air downwards, just clear out as many spots as possible. Kaz had a lot of nades on their side. Now Frozen has to hit some cheeky shots over their way as they try and scout that position. VIRTUS.PRO is known. The guys from MADBULLS, they took down Offhaze earlier. It wasn't an immediate flush, so they assume there's more players coming from that edge. But excuse me, we'll find the first one in single.
Just the one player now, Folly, left standing for VIRTUS.PRO. Not quite into the next. KASIK team not super worried about their south, but it looks like they've just started to turn a little bit further out that way. Folly takes a lot of damage, has to hop out the back and cross the gap again. Closer to excuse me. A difficult ridge to push past, but if you get a cheeky little peek over the top, can prove to be wonderful for you. Sly have managed to extricate themselves from the bridge. That entanglement looked a little bit too strong for them, but they resolved their state as the final circle closes.
KASIK team up on high. Let's drop some nades down towards Sly Europe, who have done really, really well to get this far into the game. It has been a real tough challenge for them, playing from the pipes and the pillars inside that bridge, working what they can from it. But yeah, right now you're right. KASIK team aren't really concerned with their south, and they should be. That's a 3-man team that has the most chance at dealing a real deadly blow to them. Fleeke goes down to Mandarin. Sly Europe keeps it strong.
Folly still going, Frozen fall, and Sly Europe keep on going. You're right, excuse me, KASIK team and Sly now. 3 teams remaining. Nade over the top towards excuse me's ridgeline. That tree in the center and that loot crate that you see just beyond it, they're going to be super important pieces of cover to try and control for this final circle, but the nades are still very much in range. Fortunately, a lot of those supplies are starting to run dry. I imagine, excuse me, probably a little bit more flush with them than a lot of these other teams who have been bombarding the shoreline. In the meantime, Sly Europe is 2 are doing so much work here, and KASIK can't afford to push.
Excuse me. Dropping smokes upwards. They know they have to move towards his position. There's smokes absolutely everywhere. It is just flat ground ahead of this one. Beautiful nade over towards Mandarin. Leaves Zashipa low. This is probably not the team you want to be taking out first, though. Luckily for KASIK, it's fairly clean. Kivik comes over the top. Doesn't find the elimination straight away, though.
Oh, they're still there, and he doesn't know. He's not going for the respray, but the zone tags a heal on KASIK and gets the knock. Excellent news for excuse me. That's not really going to be resable now, and KASIK team have to play on with 3. Striker in the grass. They need to be worried, but there seems like they're not going to be. Beck on the swivel gets 1 for 1, and Kvik goes down as well. KASIK are holding on. 1 player standing. It's Black, and KASIK able to take them back. And from the ridgelines, they will control the push. It looked a little bit scary for a moment, but KASIK team with 4 play their advantage well and come out on top.
real available win there for a lot of teams down in Rozhok, right? If you sat within those compounds, didn't do much of anything, even tried to push out towards that northern side, you got a fairly nice endgame gifted towards you. So I think really the real winners of that game, I would say, is Sly Europe as well as MADBULLS. I think they did a fantastic job over on that coastal side, playing the bridges to get as far as they did. For Sly Europe to get 3rd place, that was not easy. That was a tough challenge for them. But yeah, they'll happily be with those points on side, and shows us just why they are where they are in the leaderboards at the moment. Excuse me, in KASIK, kind of battle out. It was basically always going to be a 1v1 between that team at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a bloodbath on the shores of the river. Unfortunately, no team made it up and escaped the churn. Unfortunately for, KASIK team held to the top of the hill for just a little bit too long. KASIK team take the chicken dinner.
KASIK team does take the chicken dinner indeed, and with that, Max also takes 3 points, which means Analyst on top. Ginny, Max, we're killing it today. But yeah, KASIK killed that one too. Great performance coming out from them. I think one of the teams that is a little bit dormant, but then they have their games where they really have some pop-off things, some great play, some great positioning, and this was one of those games.
A rare KASIK team dub, fair to say. We don't see it very often. No, every full moon is going to be happening, and they finally do get themselves this heavily contested chicken dinner at the end. And, well, you know, as John and Blank said towards the end there, you know, we were kind of expecting it to be between those two teams at the end. It was going to be, versus KASIK team, and we were going to see which of these two teams do get the win. But no Unicorns of Love. Their spot in the finals because of this chicken dinner from KASIK team might not be that clear-cut anymore. It could be a little bit dangerous, but I'm happy to see our infamous bridge trolls, Ginny, of Slide, get themselves 11 points on board. They getting some decent points throughout today. Good job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're speaking of KASIK's team getting the placement points. They also have 9 Olymp points, which is really nice, you know. Take it home with you guys. Nexus Gaming gets 6 in total. MADBULLS, they're all kind of creeping a little bit more towards the top. Some placement points, some Olymp points, looking towards the bottom of the table. MUERTE, I know we've mentioned it already a couple of times today, but they're very much struggling in terms of getting some of these points, not just especially placement points, but also some of these Olymp points that they're getting. We said it, you know, consistency was one of the things that we've praised them for time and time and time again, especially during stage 1. We've praised them for it as well a little bit more during stage 2, considering that, yeah, maybe they're not getting those chicken dinners, but they're still getting the points, they're still getting the Olymps, they're still getting some placement points. But it feels like for stage 3, it's been a little bit of a slower start. But KASIK's team, I mean, they're doing great.
Yeah, got himself that chicken dinner. I mean, I think most of their points off today come through that chicken dinner. Striker, I am though a little bit surprised, because when I was looking at KASIK team on paper at the very start of PMPL, at the start of phase 1, I was looking at this roster. I was like, Strike and English, especially English, we saw what this guy could do in the past. Like, they're really strong individual players that together could be a top fragging duo and could potentially make their mark in this kind of lobby and be towards the top of the rankings. It's just not been the case so far in this event. Sure, they get this chicken dinner. It was a little bit clear-cut for them to get this one. It was very straightforward, but I have not seen the fragging duo that I was expecting from Striker and English. So time will tell. It might still be happening. We might see the resurgence in phase 3, but I have not had my expectations met for this team.
I mean, Mandarin's had his expectations met. 5 Olymps, 2 of them with a nade. Frozen again. Another MADBULL player on the match report. It feels like we cannot escape them. They're everywhere.
Yeah, well, we can't escape the boys. Frozen is always going to be there eventually.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, I thought that for a second, I thought they lost that fight versus Dagestan 77 as they were entering, because these 2 last games have been really rough when it comes to circles, playing around the rivers. Teams have to do like these really wacky plays to try and get themselves in a decent spot. And MADBULLS actually went for the wide rotate around the eastern edge of the river, the east of Rozhok, and actually crashed right into Dagestan 77, which this is a crash I'm talking about. At first, didn't go well at all, Ginny. They got absolutely obliterated, but then Frozen, being Frozen, he's the clutch guy. You put him up in a 1v2 or 1v3, he can come out on top. So they do get that, get rezzed up as a 3-man team, and then start playing the riverbanks, which gives them so much coverage and allows them to eliminate teams like your VPs, like your Game Lords, and then your Sly as they try and leave the bridge. So, no, sure, things almost didn't work out, but they were able to make things stick at the very end to get as many points as they could.
Yeah, towards the end, also using some of the smoke to try and cut off the vision from one of their teams and focus on Sly instead. Sly at that point was already wounded, so it was a very smart play, as is something that you'd expect from these players. I do love the nade tosses towards the end. I mean, frozen on that leaderboard for a reason. Fantastic performance from them individually, but from the team in general as well. And just like that, 4 maps already. Wow, it's going by really fast. 4 maps, 4 different chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. We see so many different... Well, that was a bit of a weird start. We saw so many different teams get himself the dubs here. That's always good. But yeah, there's Sly. I love how Mandarin just every few minutes he just peeks out, gets a knockdown there, and he just gets himself a few limbs for his team. It's nice to see. Though KASIK team, respect to them on one thing they actually did do to try and secure themselves the win. These smokes were great to block out vision away from, excuse me. Put 100% of your focus on the 2 remaining players of Sly, and then you can put your focus back onto the side of, excuse me. So I believe at least it was their smokes, at least a majority of them, but the fact that they just blocked out vision to focus on one fight only, then transferred that focus onto another fight was good execution, and then made it a lot easier to secure the win at the end.
Yeah, that's absolutely super giga brain 5-head smart tactics, absolutely. But you know what else is super giga brain 5-head smart is the new skins. Well, actually they're really pretty. I personally think they're very, very pretty, so make sure to check them out. And if you haven't had a chance to do so, we have a lovely video to showcase you exactly what we got. Great skins. Unfortunately, not the skins that you're giving away, Max, but definitely skins that you guys need to keep your eyes up for, because I don't know who made these, but they are very talented at what they do. Looking at the overall as well from where we're standing so far in stage 3 of PMPL EU. Sly on top, 35 points, but I do want to say the fact that the difference between 1st and 5th is only like 7 points, quick maths, impressive.
Impressive math, I'd say. Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Never heard that before.
It's good to see some new teams at the top there. As you said, Unicorns of Love, we don't usually see them on this top page. Dark Project, we've been waiting for their step up a long time ago. KASIK team up there, Sly Europe Kony in 1st place. This is mixing things up a little bit towards the end of the league stage, which is good to see. Will it remain that way throughout the entire league stage? That's an entirely different topic, which I'd love to see that be the case, but no, I think we got a few favorites that are waiting to make their resurgence happen eventually. Because Game Lord, I mean, I was talking about their major turnaround in Phase 2 and how dominant they were. We haven't seen that yet at the start of this 3rd phase. No, one bad day, no, that happens to everyone, but I just hope this is not going to be a trend we're going to see all the time for the side of Game Lord. Hopefully they're not going to be living through a MUERTE kind of situation.
Yeah. Let's hope so. I mean, a bad day happens, everyone. You're absolutely correct. And maybe, you know, today is just the first day, stage 3, a little bit of a warm-up. We've had a whole week where everybody's been chilling and taking a little bit of time out. But you know who's not has been taking time out today? Our casters. They're putting in the work, and they're going to do that again on this final map of today with Blank and John.
We are once more going over to Miramar. We got the boots strapped on, the socks pulled up all the way, no sands getting in anywhere we don't want it. And we're going to be jumping on in to Miramar, of course, for our final map of the day.
I might as well just wear a plastic encased suit at this point in time. It's probably better off for me. But yeah, let's go for that one. Obviously, heading towards Miramar, final map of the day here. Some different names popping up all the time, as Max was saying over on the desk, which is nice to see, honestly. A lot of different teams find themselves some success. Nexus, I think, is the one I'm most excited about, most happy about, honestly. Them picking themselves up a win is a little bit unlikely, but also well found for themselves over on Sanhok, picking up that position that Dark Project weren't able to hold very well. Over towards Miramar now. looking to see exactly who comes out on top here. Major Pride picking up the last win earlier today on Miramar from a very nice position up on the ridge side, playing from that warehouse, but also splitting up Monkey up towards that ridge side to give him a little bit of that high ground approach too, which was very, very smart. So we'll see what happens here on Miramar. Again, quite a tactical map in my opinion.
Nexus have played out their 4 matches today. Won't be playing in this one, so they have got that 29 points locked in over these 4 matches. Gladiators with a chance to have a little bit of a chance at redemption here after their Sanhok. Major Pride as well in that 3rd position. Sly Europe, Leapfrog, both of them in that previous game with the bridge position that they were able to hold. So looking to try and extend that lead, keep things going. Right now, they're playing at over a 10-point average, all 3 of those teams actually. So that is exactly when they want to try and keep it. Speaking of teams that be keeping consistent averages, we spoke a lot about the MADBULLS last time around, Blank.
Yeah, again, 28 points, 3 matches played, 1 more to play here. It's nice to see Sly Europe on top, usually picking up quite a good amount of points here and there, and a team that's able to survive a lot of times, which is very, very important towards those end games, even when they don't have those 4 players. Miramar is a good map for them as well, so we'll see if they can pump up those numbers just a little bit. Highest damage still contained by the Gladiator boys after those first couple of matches that we saw from them, which were extremely good. And like I said, John, this is now another chance for them to pick up some more good points. Heading up towards Credit Fields and La Cobreria are the Gladiators, a usual good spot for them. Dark Project down towards the southwest side. And I think that Shockwave are not in this game this time around, if I've checked the groups correctly, which means they don't have to worry about that rotate coming through from water treatment up towards La Cobreria, kind of throwing them off a little bit.
Just a touch could be unsettling. Dark Project over in El Pozo, they're going to be pretty pleased with that. MUERTE. Now let's talk about them for a second, Blank, because we've seen such a fall from grace from this roster. It was constantly the question last week, are they a 10th place team? Are they an 11th place team? Are they a 13th place team? Well, no, currently they're in 15th right now, Blank. This is where they find themselves, and it is disappointing for this roster that we expected so much for. They do have another chance today, and I imagine they'll be trying to regroup for tomorrow, but it doesn't bode well for this phase that they haven't used those 4 days to address some of the issues that they're seeing, and this roster seems to have just started to come apart.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think there's much more to say about them we haven't already said at this point in time. So for MUERTE, really all that's left to do is cross the fingers and hope things do change for the better. I don't think they quite know what's going wrong on their side, and sometimes their team fights are just falling apart a little bit.
It's likely that we're going to see them in the finals, no matter what. They're currently in 4th position with 356 points and only getting rid of 2 teams. At the moment, those bottom 2 would be Avalanche and Team Doom. 161 points on Avalanche. They would need to more than double their point scoring over the next 2 days, right? And to get 160, well, more than 160 points in the next 2 days to leapfrog over MUERTE, highly, highly unlikely, and it's an even further reach for Team Doom. So it's very likely that MUERTE have already done enough to get into those finals. The question is, do they deserve to be there?
Well, they've got 5 days after tomorrow.
That's true, sorry. Yeah, no, I did miscount. 5 days, even 5 days though, that's still a tall order. That's 20 matches. And when you're performing at that level on the overalls, it's still a tall order.
For sure, 100%. I mean, for MUERTE, like you said, it's almost certain they're going to the finals. Just cross your fingers they do well in the finals, right? Because right now, that change for the better is the main thing that MUERTE fans are looking for, so that they can cheer them on in the finals, and hopefully they hit a big target over there, and this week is their chance to alleviate some of those mistakes they're making, because at the moment it doesn't matter too much for them in terms of points gain. What matters for them is experimenting now, and this is where you get the chance to do it. Yes, you want to be above that 12th place position again, so that you can head towards Vikendi and maybe pick up some of those bonus points that they missed out on. So this is what they're really looking for. So they can experiment to some degree, but they're still looking for that first to 12th place. Game Lord, once again, losing a member off the bat in Robs. Aces picks that one up from AR. And that seems to be a reoccurring trend for Game Lord, is just losing out on those team fights here and there. I think the only really confident team fight we see them take today, which was strong, was versus VIRTUS.PRO, who were already a weakened team there on Sanhok. Then after that, the next fight they took was also fairly poor. So for Game Lord, kind of suffering from the same thing as MUERTE, they can't quite find their stride in their team fights that we've seen in the past. Game Lord in phase 2, MUERTE in phase 1. Dark Project down towards El Pozzo, don't really have to move too much. The teams that have to make those biggest rotations will be MADBULLS, VIRTUS.PRO, down towards Via de Mar. Unicorns of Love have to pass by the guys from Sly Europe. Again, pretty happy with this team so far. Really are trying to push things as far as they can, it seems. Even in those end games, they fight tooth and nail for every single point that they can accrue.
I mean, you need to. It's the name of the game, right? Avalanche going 1-for-1 on trays to Tati, lighten them up. The M249 there, Striker, nice side swipe to find a second Avalanche player. Woodson wants the SKS to have a little bit of an impact, but it's not really going to find what they're looking for. And Avalanche are busted down to 2. CJ has to turn tail as well as Woodson. Just try and get out of there.
Yeah, weird position, honestly, from Woodson. You can imagine this kind of play that you have a setup of off angles, but when you have 3 players moving up towards a ridge side to try and fight and then having an off angle in the back, that makes no sense to me, because for KASIK team, they can quite easily just move back out of the sightlines of Woodson. At that point, Avalanche just gets bombarded with nades and is either forced to take those peaks as a 3v4, and Woodson really doesn't provide much extra support to them. So I think for Avalanche, some of their team fights aren't quite as well thought out as I would have liked them to be. Major Pride moving up past Avalanche and KASIK team in the meantime, over towards this roadside, will most likely come into contact with Woodson if he stops a little bit short here.
CJ just a little bit too far off the ridge. I wonder if they caught sight of the monster truck. It's quite a noticeable silhouette. It probably should have been noticed there. The regroup just keeps going up north. Back towards ARR. Just a little bit further. Tixie probably has some decent shots down at this if CJ goes a little bit too slowly. Could be tricky.
CJ moving across the road. Again, one of the final remaining members coming through from Avalanche. La Cobreria, 2 players from Gladiators and 2 players up on high. Much more closely knit this time from Gladiators. Matic and Tixie playing quite close together. Obviously, before in the past, they've been taken down by that similar position that MADBULLS are able to take up and take shots towards them. In the meantime, Major Pride do spot some players from KASIK trying to come out from Power Grid, understanding this is more than likely going to head further towards this central area. And right now, KASIK team are stuck on the edge. Avalanche, though, last 2 player, Aces looking to knock that final player down, push Avalanche out of the game.
We speak a lot about Tapok and Elementrix, but Aces has really, I think, stepped up and improved a lot over the course of the games that we've seen, as he managed to light up the last one there. Woodson will be going down. I think that did come through to Elementrix. But Aces, I think, is a player that I'm really enjoying seeing grow in this scenario. They'll be slap bang in the center of the circle, and we'll see if they'll be able to flourish further as Gladiators have a massive overlook onto this circle.
Yeah, what a nice circle for them this is. We see this one quite often. Some nice high grounds to play around with. AR currently in a really strong spot. Major Pride have barreled their way in, made a bullet hole through that circle that they can start to squeeze themselves through up towards that center side of the map there. Game Lord also up towards water treatment. They lost a player earlier though, so they're down to 3.
MUERTE trying to move in behind VIRTUS.PRO. Seemingly trepidatious to make that maneuver because they know that a lot of teams are already going to be ahead of them. Excuse me, are in fact behind MUERTE, so even further out on the southwest side of this next zone. In from the south come KONINA Power, all 4 to a monster truck. This is dangerous stuff now coming through. They'll need to find a post up pretty soon. San Martin will provide a lot of cover, but if you want to throw yourself in there, it's unlikely that you're going to have a good time getting out of it. a Sly Europe and Game Lord clash on the east.
Dino, Major Pride up on high. KONINA Power, like you said, moving through, but I think the Monster quite loud will pretty much give away their position, and Major Pride, I can imagine, are looking to take shots at this one. Nomi gets the spot. That's real dangerous for KONINA Power, and they will move away from this.
Or will they? I mean, they're just going in circles right now. Where do you go? Because KASIK team, they saw that rotation go into the compound. They'll probably just pull up and wait it out because they're fairly central here. Just protect their south and don't go too fast. KASIK team don't have angles on the push for KONINA Power. But playing around just one vehicle makes this so much harder than it needs to be for KONINA.
Yeah, this kind of has to be where the circle ends up, because if they can remove Major Pride, really good spot within the circle for themselves with Major Pride identified earlier. Nomi still spotting for the rest of the team, but Major Pride realizing that, you know, for this, they just need to hold on to this compound, stay really stalwart. And KONINA Power sends a couple away, but KASIK team also now getting involved in the mix, and KONINA Power more than likely to take a heavy amount of casualties here.
KASIK team can't peek up fully into this ridgeline because of the positions held by Major Pride, and similarly the other way around. But KONINA Power allowed KASIK team so much time to get into that position on the ridge to give that cover. But they've just pushed them straight on off. KASIK team don't seem to realize that they can't step up because they'll just get instantly shut down by Major Pride and instead regroup. To be fair, you don't even want to take that risk when you know players like Tixi are going to be on the high ground close by.
Yeah, I mean, that spot for KASIK is not the worst in the world either. This is typically a nice position that looks down from that high ground. So Gladiators, if it ends up further down towards that southwest side, usually that spot that KASIK teams is in is like the second place team, with Gladiators taking first place from that high ground position. Can be a little bit dicey towards the end, but I think KASIK has picked up a nice spot. They're trying to spread out just a little bit. Sly Europe takes a knock from ARR. We'll try and pick that player up, though.
In the meantime, Volley goes down next after single. Top of the hill, not really having an impact right now. Of Hayes gets the heal off, but two of their players almost certainly getting flushed here as KONINA Power going down low to KASIK team. Taking a lot of damage yet. KONINA Power shredded down to 2. Flash is flushed. Major Pride might even try and mount up. Look at Dagestan sending in as well, all the way quite close to ARR. So we see the remaining duo from KONINA Power. Dagestan finding a gap in the middle of the 2-2 split for ARR. Managed to get straight past this engagement between Major Pride and KASIK team and KONINA Power.
Yeah, it's like a very difficult rotation to make that has been allowed just purely because AR has been looking down towards Sly Europe. Major Pride's trying to hold off KONINA Power, and KASIK team currently fully embracing KONINA Power, trying to remove them from the lobby. This is always going to be tough. A lot of these teams realize that this is one of the strongest positions in the map at this point in time if they want to live out towards that end game. You know, that high ground almost certainly already taken by Gladiators or Dark Project. So second spot available for them would be this one.
Tell you what I've spotted on the map just now, Blank, excuse me, are rotating all the way around towards that north side. They're playing as 3, but if they find Meku on the north position for Gladiators, he's very isolated, and potential there to find a lot of value and start to sweep through the rest of the Gladiators position. Kitsune immediately is responding to this rotation and regrouping up towards Meku, but Meku needs to get an opening knock as Gladiators send Matic and Matic and who is that? Who else?
Tixi.
Matic and Tixi, that's the one, out to the west to deal with that project. They're splitting their forces, and this is a little bit of a weakness now for Gladiators. They need to hold this in one of the most dominant positions in the circle.
Yeah, luckily for them, they are on the high ground. So right now, excuse me, is underneath them on the slope, which is the little amount of happiness this provides. And it looks like Meku will try and hold on to that compound before moving back and allowing them in. That's okay. Giving some space is not always the worst thing in the world. Can always recall Matic and Tixi across to their side to send some nades down their way. VIRTUS.PRO just sent away from MUERTE, realized that that fight was not worth it in the meantime. But that circle like I said, this is the one that we thought that it would end up on. With Gladiators now really wanting to clear out this western side, take control of the ridge side up top. That will give them a massive amount of advantage throughout the rest of the game, because Credit Fields is basically unplayable at this point once Gladiators find themselves that position.
This eastern side needs to conclude as well. 3 teams here, ARR, Unicorns of Love, MADBULLS, all 3 of them have 4 players alive, and if they can get into the shadow of the high ground and it shifts away from there, the Gladiators might have a tougher bit of time against one of these teams as long as they stay alive as 4. The question is, who can that be? Because the MADBULLS are sending in towards Tapok, the forward position for ARR across the road, and Frozen is looking to bring up that rear as well. Tapok now under a lot of threat. Tulika and Fleekate forwards. Tapok has the nade, but puts the pin back in. And this is a really solid regroup, I think, for the MADBULLS.
Yeah, getting into this position down here, another one of those spots, which is nice. This nade could be good from Tapok, sends out the side, and Elementrix finds Tulika on his cross. More than likely will be cleaned up. Tapok jumps out the edge, doing really good stuff right now, and Zerich can't quite respond. Tapok finds another. This is brutal.
They know he's in the building, and now he has the next challenge on his plate. Tapok handles business. Zerich goes down, and Fleekate now moving through. The last player for the MADBULLS remains. In the meantime, on that northwestern side, Excuse Me, were shunted out by Dark Project, but Tapok has his own challenges to worry about still over here. And the MADBULLS leave Fleekate all alone. Becca spots the player through the alley, has to fall back just a little bit into the smoke, pushes through the building, and the nade's good. Elementrix shuts it down. The MADBULLS take the east side, sorry, the ARR take the east side, but they're playing as 3 now after losing a player.
Yeah, not always ideal. Again, the position that they hold really strong, and you will have to crash it, and with the amount of nades they should pick up from the MADBULLS players' bodies, that is going to give them a nice little bit of advantage going forward. KASIK team still just holding out, down on that south edge, Major Pride behind them.
ARR, 9 eliminations so far with 12 teams remaining. It's an excellent position to be in. You're basically playing a little bit of a gimme, a bit of a freebie. Matic getting knocked for Gladiators is not the end of the world. Not ideal, as MUERTE are starting to push in from the south side between the 2-2 Gladiators split. Tixi will have to get this res onto Matic fairly soon, but should be all right for the time being. Matic might have just been getting down from some high ground over there to be able to get that res.
Yeah, I think Matic just dropped himself, because I think they need to regroup ideally at this point in time. And I think that in the past, you know, Gladiators have had a real stronghold over this position, but as we head further and further into the evolution stages of Europe and the skill in this lobby, you know, it's a lot harder to hold on to this by yourself and have a real iron chokehold on this position. When you're playing this 2-2 split, often you have to make concessions, and in the past there just wasn't any team that could step to the Gladiators. So for MUERTE down towards this south side, yes, they're not getting up towards all the way on the high ground, but Gladiators are trying to confirm 2 spots that they could play in. Now they can regroup, but how to go about this is the real question. Now, AR have a really strong position, covered off the sightlines from Gladiators to Unicorns of Love on that northeast side.
I still think the Gladiators have a very strong position here on that high ground, overlooking where MUERTE will want to go. The question is, can MUERTE cut off this regroup from Gladiators, which will need to come through? Looks like they're playing on foot as well for the Gladiators. We'll take a look at a little bit of a replay. This is Tapok dismantling the MADBULLS, not single-handedly, but certainly playing a big part in proceedings. Aces did go down in the middle of that, which was unfortunate and will severely diminish ARR's potential into this match, but holding the position they do because of that fight, highly valuable.
Major Pride still have to push through. They had a really strong spot earlier on, but now it's KONINA Power, KASIK team, and Dagestan, as well as some remnants from Game Lord down this edge as well. So for Major Pride to get out of this one, it's going to be really difficult. They can't really even move further towards that western side because MUERTE have a really nice position down that side. It feels like Gladiators are just sending out Matic and Tixi right now to pick up as much loot as possible from Crater Fields itself, because it's no longer in the circle, and this is probably a good tactic, understanding that they're going to be on this ridge side for quite some time, and ammo is going to be of great necessity.
This fight has been brewing for a long, long time on the south side of the next circle. Oboladoy in for English and traded off, but KONINA Power cut out as well. So two teams crash upon one another. KASIK team now with one player left standing. Dagestan, the main threat at this point for Major Pride, but they do have to worry about the KASIK player in the way. Unicorn still live and fragging, a Monkey caught unawares, immediately knocked and flushed as well. That leaves Major Pride down at 3 on the south side. A much more tricky route up now against Dagestan, and MUERTE have come over the ridge.
And MUERTE taking no prisoners now, finding a lot of value down looking on this position. If they clear a lot of this out, it means that they're much safer down this south side. MUERTE want to move further in. Unicorn absolutely just burning away there. Gets roasted in the shack. Major Pride trying to bring their members back up to speed, but down to 3 now with Nomi knocked.
Dagestan playing with this circle on their side. Zadira branching out. They know that Major Pride are forced to this side of the road. No one across the way. MUERTE are launching onto the Gladiators position as well as Tixi goes down. That's their backstop position. Kitsune and Meku have a better high ground here, but Kitsune's going down, and that's Dark Project from the north side. Getting a little bit of a clap on there. Both in resable positions, and I imagine that's what Gladiators are going to try and do. What can MUERTE leverage in the meantime as Major Pride advance up the roadside? And actually, Dino putting pressure onto Dagestan, and they're giving ground here. They're allowing Major Pride to move forwards as the burn is good. As Zadira goes down, this is still a good advance for Major Pride. Shifu around the side. Dino not down, but has to heal a little bit. First aid will be committed. Nomi pushes forwards in the meantime. Shots come through the window, but the res has yet to come through onto Zadira. Shifu there, but a lovely open doorway found. And shots can continue to push on forwards. The backstop for Gladiators is dismantled in the meantime, but Dagestan just cannot bear down this weight. Finally, they slow things down. But what more can they do as Keep has fallen as well?
Dagestan's getting cut to pieces by Major Pride at the moment. Effect doing a really good job. Finds another, clutches things up. Dagestan down to a very, very minimal amount of players now with just one. Shifu still alive, a strong player indeed.
Effect with the sidelines. Dino wanting the res onto Nomi. Zadira up. Effect under pressure. Shifu spraying the door frame, moving around, trying to bait out the movement, but the stick on the first aid is good. Shifu trying to bounce one off the ridgeline, give a little bit of cover. Effect goes for the jump shot. Close range with the Tommy gun is very difficult to handle. Moves into the corner. The blue zone is putting pressure on, but the rest of Major Pride are moving in for backup now as well. They're low HP, and Zadira might be able to handle them on his own. Effect steps out and gets Shifu. Now needs to turn his attention to his teammate, but what more can they do in this scenario? Because Game Lord is starting to light up this roadside. It is looking all difficult in this south compound, and it's really not going to be a good time for anybody involved. All of them falling flat.
Yeah, it's disgusting amount of carnage happening down towards the south side. But Effect has really put on a show for us down there. Finally goes down.
The predictions come through. Gladiators had 4 alive when me and Gennaro predicted them, but they got crunched in between MUERTE and Dark Project. Now it's just Kitsune and Meku. They were sat at the top before. Madness slips down and Meku tries to keep this one going. MUERTE can't really push up here, but Dark Project certainly can. Latte and Ivaneska want to play close. One nade in pocket for Meku, but the gun is necessary in hand right now. Underarm, it pulls the pin here. They should hear that. Another one over the top as well from Kitsune, and the underarm bobbles in, but Latte just about avoids it. All the damage faded as well, but Meku eats one and has to fall away. One first aid, and will need to commit it now. MUERTE actually taking knots from VIRTUS.PRO as they careen down the hillside away from this engagement. Kitsune, last legs now. Dark Project could take it all down with a single nade. That one just a little bit wide. Not going for the heal, doesn't in fact have anything, hits the deck and crawls into the smoke. The sprays to try and flush this player out are there. The Molotov to burn them away. And Kitsune on the edge will fall down, I'm fairly sure, to Dark Project.
A pretty good run, to be fair, for Tixi to get that far, but yeah, only a matter of time. MUERTE take heavy casualties, but still technically up as 4 at the moment. A cash sheet trying to get over towards Victor. VIRTUS.PRO caused a right ruckus down on that southwest side with the 2 players they still had remaining, but all for naught. Unicorns of Love send 2 players further up towards Excuse Me with Beck. In the meantime, AR has been slowly but surely clearing out teams. Had a bit of presence down towards that south side on Game Lord, and the circle shifts towards the center. Dark Project currently with 4 players alive, as well as Unicorns of Love sat on opposite ends of the map.
Difficulty for ARR at this point is that Unicorns of Love had sent their duo forwards first. Game Lord getting crashed on the rock there, finding one onto Happy J. Malloy, gets knocked as well as Victor stays alive for the roster into MUERTE. They had 4, they had one of the better spots, but now it's going to be far too tricky for them to really have a major impact late here. Akashi goes down, Victor needs to try and stay alive, but Dark Project have concluded their fight with Gladiators and can now control this high ground. They'll have to move down, but clearing out these teams close to them is going to be massively beneficial.
Yeah, luckily for Dark Project, this is one of the most dangerous pushes down the slope, but there's hardly any teams that have sightlines onto them. The 2 strongest teams in the lobby, AAR as well as Unicorns of Love, other than Dark Project, are just out of the way. So Dark Project is using a lot of smokes here, and great, it's good stuff you use those smokes now, because I would say this is probably the best moment for it. But at the same time, this is probably one of the most simple pushes for them. AR wait for that crossing from the final 2 players from Unicorns of Love, allowing the 2 in front to get a cross. Really good spray down from them, and now that weakens Unicorns of Love. Somewhat horrible.
Ooh, excuse me, managed to find those points. They pinched them away with their sole player, Beck. And now ARR with 3, trying to claim some of those back. They were on 10 eliminations already, and Elementrix goes down. Beck lighting up for the flush as well. There is a trade, but ARR are now down to 2. With Dark Project on 4 on the high ground, this is going to be a taller order than maybe they were hoping.
Absolutely. I think the best thing for AR right now is the fact that they have some good cover to play around with. And if it continues to center up, Dark Project have to send down some pretty treacherous locations. Luckily, Wait finds himself a little off angle there. Has to quickly duck back onto the floor.
Some cover found. MUERTE, 2 players want to loose some nades uphill towards Dark Project. They have 2 vehicles, although that buggy does look a little bit worse for wear. Zero moving in as well for Unicorns of Love. Split away from Beast and playing on the outside. Probably necessary if you want to take down this 4-player roster to get a cheeky backstab here, which is what they're banking on. But unfortunately, Zero is spotted by tap-up from ARR. Becca.
Oh dear.
Let's go down to Beast, who was playing a lot closer than maybe they thought they were. Milky Way, Discrim behind the ridgeline for MUERTE, just about with a toe in the next circle, but getting lit up by Victor in the meantime, who's further around in proceedings. Discrim spotted, has to hide behind the monster truck. As ARR are eliminated, they're taken down in 5th place.
Yeah, Beast just stepping out. I said that lineup between him and Zero was pretty cool. I don't think ARR was expecting it, so nice clutch up from Beast there. Dark Project looking to take this win fairly handedly now, John.
They should be able to sweep on through. Not really too much stands in their way, but Victor onto Latte and to Evanesca as well. Madness. Can he stand up like he did over on Sanhok? Wait, isolated as well. There is a chance for Beast to just stay in this one. Spot the player on the ridgeline and Wait moving down into Beast sightlines. It's going to be treacherous now. Victor can spread out wide, and Game Lord might have the result they've been looking for a while today.
Wait, running downwards, like you said, Beast might have sightlines, and it might be these 2 players from 2 separate teams working together to take down the Titan atop the hill here.
The res starting to be put through now, and the opportunity window is closing. Wait on the ridgeline. Probably spotted by Victor that he was pushing in there. There's not really a lot he can do about it. Madness close to Evanesca. And they just want to put these reses through. All 4 back. They will go for the heals. All that tag on gives them the information. They could just put another one in the same place. Beast might outlast this. Victor needs to just fade away. Yeah, they're on the hunt. They spot him. And now Dark Project only have Beast to deal with. He's got a lot of ammo. He's going to stim up. He's going to give it a go. And why not? 10 eliminations for Dark Project, and they want to make it all the way to the sticks. 11. Beast steps up for the final challenge now against Dark Project, but you've got to imagine this is insurmountable. Bobbles a nade close by. Maybe waiting for the players to come through, and the Molotov does burn them into a little bit of a lineup here. Latte has the side swipe, and there it is. Playing it cool, calm, and collected. Dark Project sweep Gladiators aside, push MUERTE away, and in the final moments, they take down the remaining players of the lobby, keeping all 4 of themselves alive and getting a big 11-point chicken dinner.
It was a really amusing game, actually. So many traffic jams all around the place, John. So practically, it was a nice little easy game for Dark Project on that top side. As soon as they just move down the hill, that is the most dangerous thing for you to happen. And you saw that Victor was able to light a lot of them up because they're moving downwards. It's difficult to take shots down the hill towards some of these players, especially when they have cover. So he was able to light up a few. So if that was a different scenario where you had maybe a 4-man team on that edge at that point in time, Dark Project would have had a really rough time of it. So I think for them, a lot of these traffic jams around the sides, up on the northeast and down towards the southwest was very beneficial for their game. But again, taking control of that high ground away from Gladiators, who made a pretty weird maneuver down towards Crater Fields in the first place, trying to pick up maybe some little off angles here and there. I didn't really understand that. Maybe there was a reason behind it, but again, Dark Project is just happy to move as a unit, which is a good change from what we saw on Sanhok.
Capitalizing on the greed of the Gladiators to go for a 2-2 split on their position that was just a little bit too vulnerable. Dark Project sees that mantle, and from it will be able to convert into a chicken dinner with a very high elimination count that will see them nice and tidy towards the top of the tables.
Thank you, Blank and John and Blank, for covering all 5 maps today, and thank you, Monster Energy, for giving us the energy needed to make that possible. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Max. No, I had it right the first time. One day. It's fine. It happens, all right? That was a really great game. I think today in general has been quite an exciting day to see every single game. It's a different team that's showing us what they're capable of, that's showing us why we're putting our trust, our faith, and our predictions into them. So have a look at the match ranking specifically to see which teams have ended up on top. In case you needed a little bit of a reminder, Dark Project absolutely killed it.
Big game, big points for Dark Project, and as Blank said, it's good to see them play as a team. It's like they just discovered fire. It's like, wait, team strong together? Question mark? What's going on? And I mean, it does. It really does. So yeah, stick on together, Dark Project. You might get yourself even more chicken dinners. Good to see. Though, as MUERTE, I did predict them because I thought they had a good entry point.
Yeah.
They do these, similar to Dark Project on the Sanhok game actually earlier today. They did this really weird split as they just drove down that ridge side and went on to VIRTUS.PRO, then GameLord. GameLord did a really good job making sure a lot of the southern teams couldn't make that cross happen, but it didn't seem like MUERTE had a game plan as they were approaching it. I think a good game plan is you breach VIRTUS.PRO's location and you just hold on to that little spot while waiting for teams like your Dark Project or Gladiators, whoever wins that fight, going down here, and you just pick them up one by one. So yeah, I was a little bit unsure why they went for that play, but at least they get a few points here, which, you know, they at this point really need.
Unicorns of Love always so get a few points, which is, I think, a very important thing to highlight over here. But with the match report, we're highlighting the individual players that have absolutely stepped up to the play. Metrics, Happy J, Evanesca, different players, different teams this time around. No MADBULLS.
Yeah, no MADBULLS this time.
Surprise!
But I'll take it. Elementrix, though. Every time you see a player from ARR doing well, it tends to be Elementrix a lot of the time. So I am stoked to see that. He is definitely one of the players that has stood out, a new potential rising star for the European region as a whole. So glad to see it, because they didn't have an easy game either, right? They were just down in the dumps over on the next to the roadside, and they had a rough time getting uphill, but they were able to get a few limbs here and there, claiming themselves a little bit of terrain over on that mountainside. So they did make a game that was really rough for them somewhat work out and get themselves decent points. So good on ARR. I think they've slowly settled themselves as like one of the best newcoming teams in this season. So I'm impressed with what they've done, and I just hope they can keep it up if they make it in the finals, which from what we saw, they should make it.
Down in the trenches with the rest of the teams, but they still crawl and make it out alive. Looking at the match report as well to see which teams have done the most in terms of damage and elims and just influence in general. We're going to be looking at that at some point. But before we do, should we look at the daily winners instead?
Yes.
There we go. Top damage dealers. Let's get it.
Wait a minute. You lied to me.
I mean, listen. When you do damage, you win. Okay, easy.
You know what? Fair point. You know what? Good point you just made there. But yeah, top damage dealers on this one. It's almost 3k damage reached by ARR. They had a dominating presence over on this map, it seems. But overall, new names that we said we were impressed to see, and we're still seeing in this final game. You're seeing your Dark Projects and your KASIK team getting themselves some decent points in today, so that's great to see. As I said, it would be weird if this continues tomorrow to see so many new teams make it on the top of the rankings. I expect like teams to try and reclaim their past glory of Phase 1 and Phase 2, but if it continues, I'd be impressed, and I love being proven wrong. So prove me wrong, guys. I want to see these teams like continuously try and aim for the top of the rankings.
Prove Max wrong. Thank you very much. Because we're going to be looking at the daily winners, and if you could tell Laura about what Max said, it means that different teams have been stepping up to the plate. Major Pride is there, Sly is there, but Nexus, KASIK, and what we've just seen as well. I mean, you can't be mad at it because it's just crazy to see how every single team is just like leveling up with each play day.
You especially can't be mad at it if you're Blank, because he's finally got his Nexus Gaming Chicken Dinner. Feels good, Blank. He got himself. I mean, we're not going to talk about the point prediction from John and Blank because that's a completely different topic, and it was they were down bad when it goes to the prediction game. Well, we won top, you know, got so many extra dubs. I'll take it. No, we're doing pretty good. But yeah, as I said, so many different teams. I'm happy, especially with Sly. It seems like they've definitely changed their approach to these final moments in games. They're a lot more controlling, a lot more decisive in what they do. I want to see if that can continue, hopefully, for the next few days of Phase 3.
I'm gonna ask you, do you have an MVP?
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Oh, putting you on a spot.
I don't know. I would say Madness from Dark Product. They got Chicken Dinner. He got 1v3 versus Unicorns of Love. I feel like Madness is a good pick.
Yeah, we're gonna have an agreement on the desk for the first time in forever.
Let's go!
Because we're right. That's why we had the agreement on the desk, obviously. Don't question us. I mean, Madness had an insane performance. See, I didn't go for a mad performance. Madness had an insane performance today. He has really stepped up to the plate a lot of the times, getting these limbs just down to the wire. I mean, the fact that he was able to get 3 limbs, this clip specifically, that's a highlight.
Yeah, and you can even see, I think, a player from Unicorns of Love, Noshi, he was just not looking at that fight. I think he was healing slowly, but he's like, oh, you guys got this, right? It's a 1v2, and like, but they don't have this because it was a DPS they were going up against. And Madness was also one of the main reasons why the team got in such a strong position, so much control as they were going downhill from Crater Field. So yeah, Madness, MVP, you know what? Deserved. Just stop splitting, Dark Product, okay? If you have a good position, stick together as a 4-man, you'll get those wins. It's super easy. Just don't do these weird splits and you'll get even more chicken dinners, please.
Yeah. That's going to be on the exam, by the way, so I hope you listen to that. We have the overall standings as well. This is not going to be on the exam because it's a lot of numbers to remember, and we're going to be looking at Phase 1 plus Phase 2 plus Phase 3 equals 470 points for Major Pride. I mean, we started the day and we're like, oh yeah, it's like a little bit of like 80-point difference if we did the maths correctly, but MADBULLS are slowly closing the gap because if I do my maths correctly this time around, it is 37-point difference. Please let me
don't ask me.
If I'm not right, I'm actually gonna cry. Like
it should be that in theory, but I don't know, man. My math skills are washed. But yeah, I mean they are closing that gap a little bit. It's good to see Sly, you know, still up on this first page, getting himself some decent points throughout today. Nexus Gaming just holding on strong with excuse me also. But I mean, it's clear to say here, your Major Pride, MADBULLS, Gladiators. I don't expect them to go anywhere, Janiro, at the end of this one, but towards the bottom, hey, Unicorns of Love, I believe they were in 16th or 15th at the start of the day, so they got some good points today. That's very valuable for them to make it in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely, but it is a little bit worrying to know the difference between Shockwave and Unicorns of Love. It's a very big gap in terms of the points, whereas when we're looking at KASIK and VIRTUS.PRO, they're pretty much hot on Unicorns of Love's heels. And yes, they had a good performance today. They've had a couple of placement points. They've had like 1 or 2 elim points. But I think the elim points for Unicorns of Love is something that I would like to see more of. Last game specifically, I mean, if you get 6 placement points and 1 elim point, it is a little worrying, and you want to, you know, try and close in that gap as much as you can because KASIK team, they got that chicken dinner today. So,
exactly. I mean, you've good points from some of the bottom teams, though. Team Doom, living up to their name, like they are doomed. I don't see anything that could happen that could redeem what they've been going through for Phase 1 and Phase 2, unless they have like the massive pop-off in Phase 3. I'm sorry to say, I mean, they got some good players on their team. But I'm a hater. I mean, you know what?
You're a realist. You're a realist.
Thank you very much. I didn't know what I was going to go with there, but it's not working out, okay?
You're not trying to like fight.
What can I say? It's not working out, okay? I just want to see something. I want to see the team make it to the late game, but they just don't survive. So I do something. Do better.
Just survive. 5 head. I mean, we can also look at the little bit of the rivalry that we have going on here in Phase 3 when it comes to analysts versus casters. Casters have 1 point collectively as a unit, as a 2-man group. John and Blank got 1 point. Wow. I mean, me and Max, we got 13 points. We were rolling in it. I don't know what's going on with the caster, but like, you guys gotta work it out.
I don't even want to. There's nothing to say. Just let the numbers speak for themselves, Ginny.
Absolutely.
That's all there is to do right now. But yeah, the thing is, I'm scared about Blank. You know, look at it. He's put those. He's thinking real hard, and you know he's going to come back at some point in Phase 3, and he's going to get himself like 5 chicken dinner predictions in a day. So he spooks me out. Okay.
He's like,
Like, no, you wait a minute.
Nobody that you predicted is winning today, Blank. I'm sorry, you're sitting on 0 points. I mean, you have the rest of the stage, I guess, to redeem yourself, but good luck with that one. Make sure you check out our socials because if you have some good luck, Max is also giving away a couple of skinsies.
Skinsies?
Yeah, scan the QR
code. Scan it. I'm not going to put my face there. I think that people have not been scanning it because my face was too close. So I'll stay far away. Oh,
yeah.
Already. But yeah,
do you think it would fit on your forehead?
There's enough space. You know, I could put some sponsor logos up there one day. That'll be some good. That'll be some good sponsor placement. But also, if you go check out
him now.
If you go check out eSports PUBGM EU over on Instagram, go check out the pinned post, and you can tell us which player you think will be the MVP. And also, if you just follow, you might just get a random skin here and there. We'll pick some guys randomly. So go do that. We've got some cool stuff to win.
Emphasis on randomly. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to an incredible region of PUBG Mobile, but we have the Turkey region full of action, so make sure that you check that out as well. Kind of like scout out the competition. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday. We're going to be back tomorrow with the same time, same play, same analysts, same casters, and we're going to beat them again. Have a good day. We'll see you then.